live right now. This meeting is being live streamed. We're reading from the Sri Isopanisad verse, or rather mantra number 2. There's 18 mantras. And from Los Angeles, I have a recording of Srila Prabhupada where he's speaking. The first, I believe it's 15 verses. So that's what I'm focused on, and we can chant. What do you think, Jai Madhava Prabhu? Should we stop after we hear the way I did it last time? Did you like it? We listened to Prabhupada chanting the Sanskrit, and then we each take a turn reading the English. Did you like that?
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll share the screen here. Are you able to be a reader this tonight also, Mohammed, or are you just listening?
Yeah, I'm just listening.
Okay, so then it'll be Jai Madhava and myself. Okay, so there we are. And here's Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnam Mudachyati Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavaishyati.
The personality of Godhead is perfect and complete, and because he is completely perfect, all emanations from him, such as this phenomenal world, are perfectly equipped as complete wholes. Whatever is produced of the complete whole is also complete in itself. Because he is the complete whole, even though so many complete units emanate from him, he remains the complete balance.
Asam idam sarvam yatkinchat jagatyam jagat tinam satinam vanjitha ma vidha kasasi dhanam.
Jai Madhava Prabhu.
Everything animate or inanimate that is within the universe is controlled and owned by the Lord. One should therefore accept only things necessary for himself, which are set aside as his quota, and one should not accept things knowing well to whom they belong.
So the next verse is the verse we'll be studying tonight, mantra 2. One may aspire to live for hundreds of years if he continuously goes on working in that way, for that sort of work will not bind him to the law of karma. There is no alternative to this way for man. The killer of the soul, whoever he may be, must enter into the planets known as the worlds of the faithless, full of darkness and ignorance. Jai Madhava?
Although fixed in his abode, the person of Godhead is swifter than the mind and can overcome all others running. The powerful demigods cannot approach him. Although in one place, he controls those who supply the air and rain, he surpasses all in excellence.
Tadejati tannanjati tadduhe tad antike tad antarasa sarvasya tadu sarvashasambhayataha.
The Supreme Lord walks and does not walk. He is far away, but he is very near as well. He is within everything. He is outside of everything.
सर्वाणि भूतानि आत्मन्येवानुपස්සति सर्वभूतेषु आत्मानं ततो न विजुगुप्सते.
Jai Madhava?
He who systematically sees everything in relation to the Supreme Lord, who sees all living entities as his parts and parcels, and who sees the Supreme Lord within everything, never hates anything or any being.
Mantra 7.
यस्मिन् सर्वाणि भूतानि आत्मामैवाभूद्विजानता तत्र को मोहः कः शोकः एकत्वम् अनुपश्यतः.
One who always sees all living entities as spiritual sparks in quality one with the Lord becomes a true knower of things. What then can be illusion or anxiety for him?
सपज्जगात् शुक्रम् कायमस्नागम् सुप्तम् पापविद्यम् कवि मनीषी परिभूषयम्भो जाथा तथोतार्थान् वदधाच्छासति वत्समाभ्याम् अन्धम्.
Such a person must factually know the greatest of all, the person of Godhead, who is unembodied, omniscient, beyond reproach, without veins, pure and uncontaminated, the self-sufficient philosopher who has been fulfilling everyone's desire since time immemorial.
प्रविशन्ति जीवितामुपासते ततो भूय ईवते तमा जाऊ विद्यायां रतः.
Those who engage in the culture of nescient activities shall enter into the darkest region of ignorance. Worse still are those engaged in the culture of so-called knowledge.
एवाहु विद्या अन्नादाहुरविद्या इति सुषुम्ना धीराणां धीरस्तद्विचक्षिरे.
The wise have explained that one result is derived from the culture of knowledge and that a different result is obtained from the culture of nescience.
Only one who can learn the process of nescience and that of transcendental knowledge side by side can transcend the influence of repeated birth and death and enjoy the full blessings of immortality.
Andham tamapravisanti je sambhutim upasate tato bhuya ivate tamo jau sammutyam lataha.
Those who are engaged in the worship of the demigods enter into the darkest region of ignorance, and still more so do the worshippers of the impersonal absolute.
Okay, excuse me.
That's okay.
I'm just trying to send a message out to invite a few more devotees to come.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay, where am I now? I'm sorry, I got lost.
Oh, it was about the demigods.
So 13. 13?
Anna devahu sammavan anna ahu sammavan iti susuma dhiranam jinasat vichakshiri.
It is said that one result is obtained by worshipping the supreme cause of all causes, and that another result is obtained by worshipping what is not supreme. All this is heard from the undisturbed authorities who clearly explained it.
Advain Saha Vinashena Mittam Chita Sammatyam Mitamasmati Hiranyena.
Your turn.
One should know perfectly this personal Godhead Shri Krishna and his transcendental name, form, quantities, and pastimes, as well as the temporary material creation with its temporary demigods, men, and animals. When he knows these, he surpasses death and imperial cosmic manifestation with it. And in the eternal kingdom of God, he enjoys the eternal life of bliss and knowledge.
Thank you.
Atrina Sattasyapi Hitam Mukham Tattam Pushanna Pabrinu Satta Dharaman Drishaye.
O my Lord, sustainer of all that lives, your real face is covered by your dazzling effulgence. Kindly remove that covering and exhibit yourself to your pure devotee. Okay, that's the first 15 of the 18 verses. And let's see. Jai, Dandapatni Devidasi Ki Jai. Obeisances to you, God sister.
Right.
And Stokaji Prabhu is here. Hare Krishna. Obeisances to you, Stoka Prabhu. So we just finished chanting the first 15 verses of the Sri Isopanisad, and this week it's mantra 2. If there's time, we could even go on to mantra 3. We'll see. There's no recording for mantra 2 of Prabhupada giving a class on it, but there is a recording of Srila Prabhupada speaking in mantra 3. So, Nandapatni, would you like to chant the verse?
Okay, hang on a sec.
Mantra 2.
Yeah. Korvan evaha karmani jivisek chatam samam evam tvai nanye tushti nakrama lipyatenere. Korvan, doing continuously, eva, thus, iha, during this span of life, karmani, work. Jijiviset, one should desire to live, shatam, 100, sama, years, evam, so living, twai, unto you, na, no, anyata, alternative, itaha, from this path, asti, there is, na, not, karma, work. Lipyate can be bound, nare, unto a man, translation. One may aspire to live for hundreds of years if he continuously goes on working in that way. But that sort of work will not bind him to the law of karma. There is no alternative to this way for man.
Would you like to read the first paragraph?
Go for it. No one wants to die. Everyone wants to live as long as he can drag on. This tendency is visible not only individually, but also collectively in the community, society, and nation. There's a hard struggle for life by all kinds of living entities. And the Vedas say that this is quite natural. The living being is eternal by nature, but due to his bondage in the material existence, he has to change his body over and over. This process is called transmigration of the soul, or karma bandhana, bondage by one's work. The living entity has to work for his livelihood because that is the law of material nature. And if he doesn't act according to his prescribed duties, he transgresses the laws of nature and binds himself more and more to the cycle of birth and death in many species of life.
Thank you, Nandapatni. I'd just like to suggest to everyone so that we can stay on the point of reading from beginning to end. If you can please I just keep a little pen and pad nearby, so if something jumps out for me, I'll just write down one word because that will remind me, oh yeah, this was the point I wanted to share, or this is a question that I have for everybody else. So I find that helps me. I don't have a great memory that I can remember 12 paragraphs back that I wanted to make this point or ask this question. So I just humbly suggest if you'd like to do that,
Mhm.
then that will help with the flow of discussion at the end. And I'd like to welcome Simi
Yeah,
Mittal
yeah,
this evening from New Delhi. Is that right, Simi?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I met Simi yesterday online and I invited her to our reading group and she said she would come. And I think it must be about 5:30 in the morning for her right now. Is that
Yes,
right, Simi?
yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes, yes.
So thank you for being so devoted to come and read with us at 5:30. And Mohammed, he's even more austere than you because he's coming at 12:30 in the morning in the United Kingdom.
Oh,
Yes, I'm also making a very great sacrifice here.
Krishna
So
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
thank
Rama,
you very much both for coming. So Simi, we
thank
just
you.
finished reading the first paragraph. We take turns reading a long paragraph each or two short ones. Would you like to read the next paragraph, please? Other life forms. Can you see that on your screen?
Yeah. Other life forms are this one.
Yes.
Other life forms are also subject to the cycle of birth and death. But when the living entity attains a human life, he gets a chance to get free from the chains of karma. Karma, akarma, and vikarma are very clearly described in the Bhagavatam,
Bhagavad Gita.
Bhagavad Gita, sorry. Yeah. Actions that are performed in the terms of one's prescribed duties, as mentioned in the revealed scriptures, are called karma. Actions that free one from the cycle of birth and death are called akarma, and actions that are performed through the misuse of one's freedom and that direct one to the lower life forms are called vikarma. Of these three types of actions, that which frees one from the bondage of karma is preferred by intelligent men. Ordinary men wish to perform good work in order to be recognized and achieve some higher statues of life in the world or in heaven, but more advanced men want to be freed altogether from the actions and reactions of work. Intelligent men well know that both good and bad work equally bind one to the material world, misery, sorry. Consequently, they seek that work which will free them for the reactions of both good and bad work. Such liberating work is described here in the pages of Sri uh, Upanishad. That's it.
The, thank you. The instructions of Sri Isopanisad are more elaborately explained in the Bhagavad Gita, sometimes called the Gita Upanishad, the cream of all the Upanishads. In the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3, verses 9 to 16, the personality of Godhead says that one cannot attain the state of Naishkarmya or Akarma without executing the prescribed duties mentioned in the Vedic literature. This literature can regulate the working energy of a human being in such a way that he can gradually realize the authority of the Supreme Being. When he realizes the authority of the personality of Godhead Vasudeva or Krishna, it is to be understood that he has attained the stage of positive knowledge. In this purified stage, in this purified stage, the modes of nature, namely goodness, passion, and ignorance, cannot act. and he is able to work on the basis of Naishkarmya. Such work does not bind one to the cycle of birth and death. Jai Madhava Prabhu.
Actually, no one has to do anything more than render devotional service to the Lord. However, in the lower stages of life, one cannot immediately adopt the activities of devotional service, nor can one completely stop fruitive work. A conditioned soul is accustomed to working for sense gratification for his own self-interest, immediate or extended. An ordinary man works for his own self in sense enjoyment. And when this principle of sense enjoyment is extended to include a society, nation, or humanity in general, it assumes various attractive names such as altruism, socialism, communism, nationalism, and humanitarianism. These isms are certainly very attractive forms of karma bandhana, karmic bondage. But the Vedic instruction of Sri Isopanisad is that if one actually wants to live for any of the above isms, he should make them God-centered. There is no harm in becoming a family man or altruist, a socialist, a communist, a nationalist, or a humanitarian, provided that one executes his activities in relation with Ishavasya, the God-centered conception.
Nandapatni, unless Muhammad, are you ready to read now or not?
No, I'll just listen. Yeah.
Okay, please, Nandapatni.
In the Bhagavad Gita 2:40, Lord Krishna states that God-centered activities are so valuable that just a few of them can save a person from the greatest danger. The greatest danger of life is the danger of gliding down again into the evolutionary cycle of birth and death among the 8,400,000 species. If somehow or other a man misses the spiritual opportunity afforded him by his human form of life and falls down again into the evolutionary cycle, he must be considered most unfortunate. Due to his defective senses, a foolish man cannot see that this is happening. Consequently, Sri Isopanisad advises us to exert our energy in the spirit of Ishavasya. Being so engaged, we may wish to live for many, many years. Otherwise, a long life in itself has no value. A tree lives for hundreds and hundreds of years, but there's no point in living a long time like trees, or breathing like bellows, or begetting children like hogs and dogs, or eating like camels. A humble, God-centered life is more valuable than a colossal hoax of a life dedicated to godless altruism or socialism. Sorry,
Simi, why don't you just read to the end, please? When altruistic activities. Are you unmuted? Am I pronouncing your name properly? Is it Simi or Simi?
Simi.
What? Yeah. Simi? Simi. Okay,
Yes.
good.
Yes. So
When
I just read it.
altruistic.
Yeah, wait. Where is it gone? Yeah. I start with when altruistic activities are executed in the spirit of Sri Isopanisad, they become a form of karma yoga. Such activities are recommended in the Bhagavad Gita, for they guarantee their executive protection from the danger of sliding down into the evolutionary process of birth and death. Even though such good God-centered activities may be half finished, they are still good for the executor because they will guarantee him a human form in the next birth. In this way, one can have another chance to improve his position on the path of liberation. How one can execute God-centered activities is elaborately explained in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu by Srila Rupa Goswami. We have rendered this book into the English as the Nectar of Devotion. We recommended this valuable book to all who are interested in performing their activities in the spirit of Sri Isopanisad.
Thank you very much. I suggest that we read the Nectar of Devotion after we finish with Sri Isopanisad because it's one of the essential books to a complete Bhakti Shastri. So it's giving us the foundation. Nectar of Devotion, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Sri Upadeshamrita, Bhagavad Gita. And I'm trying to remember what are the other books. What's the other one? For Bhakti. I mean, I graduated from the course. In different letters, Prabhupada said all the small books should be included in Bhakti Shastri. He also said Brahma Sanghita should be included, and Archana Padati, the deity worship book, should be included. That's in another letter. But most important is Nectar of Instruction, Nectar of Devotion, Bhagavad Gita, and which one am I leaving out? Sri Isopanisad, the one we're reading right now.
Right.
Yeah, those are the essential ones. So here it's saying that altruistic activities executed in the spirit of Sri Isopanisad are a form of karma yoga, and this is recommended in Bhagavad Gita 18:5 to 9 because they guarantee the executor protection from the danger of sliding down into the evolutionary process of birth and death. So I'm just wondering if I click on this link, is that going to take me anywhere? There it is. Would you like to read these verses from 5 to 9, Simi?
It
Where you
may
see the
be
question mark?
difficult
That's, I can do it if you want.
in such. Yeah, please.
Yagyadana tapakarma natyajam karyamev tat yagyodanam tapaschaiva bhavanani manishinam. Acts of sacrifice, charity, and penance are not to be given up, but should be performed. Indeed, sacrifice, charity, and penance purify even the great souls.
Can I read?
I'm looking for the link that's going to take me to the next verse. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's a way to get to the next verse easily. Anyway, that was the first one of those. Let's see. Okay. Next is 18:6. Okay. Etanyapi tu karmani sangam tyaktva palani cha kartavyaniti me parta nishtitam matamuttamam. All these activities should be performed without any expectation of result. They should be performed as a matter of duty, O son of Pritha. That is my final opinion. Niyatasya tu sanyasaha karmano nopapadyate mohattasya parityagas tamasa parikirtitaha. Prescribed duties should never be renounced. If by illusion one gives up his prescribed duties, such renunciation is said to be in the mode of ignorance. And 18:8 is anyone who gives up prescribed duties as troublesome or out of fear is said to be in the mode of passion. Such action never leads to the elevation of renunciation. And finally, 18:9. But he who performs his prescribed duty only because it ought to be done and renounces all attachment to the fruit, his renunciation is of the nature of goodness. O Arjuna. So I'd like to open things up for discussion. Nandapatni, being my senior god sister, oh wow, Rupanuga Prabhu has arrived. Yay. Hare Krishna. Obeisances to you, Rupanuga Prabhu.
Well, what verse are we on? Are we doing Upanishad?
Yeah, we just finished reading the purport to verse number 2. And I just wanted to ask Nandapatni if there was anything that stood out for her from the purport that we just completed?
Nothing more than, Prabhupada does say that this whole subject matter is really elaborated on in the Bhagavad Gita, which of course it is. I mean, the whole Karma Yoga chapter, and then even the 18th chapter, Krishna goes over all the action in the modes of material nature, etc., etc. And throughout various chapters in the Gita, just really elaborating on these points of how to perform one's duties and work in the material world so that they are not just fruitive, and that one can progressively come to this platform of bhakti yoga. So I guess that's just my way of saying that, there is a tremendous elaboration on what was just said in this verse throughout the Bhagavad Gita.
Correct. I noticed that you socialism that seemed to tickle your fancy there.
Well, just because, Prabhupada, I mean, it's a hot topic today. It's a buzzword, but it's just, how Prabhupada often points out, and he points out starkly here, that these two put beside each other, which somebody in material consciousness might think is, totally kosher, altruism, socialism. They probably feel, oh yes, everyone being equal, socialism, great, great, great. Altruism, doing good for others, great, great, great. But Prabhupada uses a very damning phrase. He says, colossal hoax, if you dedicate yourself
Yes.
just to that. I mean, he doesn't mince his words there.
No.
Subtext, complete waste of time, right? Well, not entirely, actually, because he says that those things can progressively kind of take you in the right direction. But
Towards the mode of goodness, yeah.
yeah.
How about for yourself, Jai Madhava Prabhu? Do you have any comment on what we've just read?
Yes, a couple things. The mantra 2 in the translation says, one may aspire to live for hundreds of years. If he continuously goes on working in that way, for that sort of work will not bind him to the law of karma. My question is why that sort of why is not used. Apparently it seems that type of work will bind you to karma. So maybe I'm reading it wrong, or can you explain this to me, please?
One may aspire to live for hundreds of years if he continuously goes on working in that way, in the way of Ishavashamidam Sarvam.
Okay. Now I got it.
Yeah.
Opposite way. Okay, I got it now. Okay.
But that sort of work. Bind him to the...
Okay, got it. And
Rupanuga,
also,
you have a comment? Go ahead, Jai Madhava. Sorry, go on.
No, sorry. Prabhupada says in a purport, no one wants to die. Everyone wants to live as long as he can drag on. I really love that, because we can see that. I mean, just as an example, we have these rich people and Hollywood movie stars. They're forever getting plastic surgery.
Right.
I just saw an article about a month ago about Madonna spending God knows how much money she spent. She's in her 60s now, but she did a complete plastic surgery to make her look like she was 20, and she doesn't even look like the same person anymore. I mean, I'm not criticizing, I'm not attacking her. I'm just saying it's so sad that people that are materialistic can't just, they're always getting promises of, well, we're gonna do this surgery and you're gonna be younger till the day you die, or we're gonna make you live longer, or we haven't quite figured out to give you eternal long life forever, but we're still working on it. I mean, they give you like false promises. I even see advertisements of scientists saying, well, we're still working on the miracle cure for, to live forever.
Yeah.
But we don't have it yet, but we're working on it,
You went off camera, by the way, just in case. I don't know if you know that, Jay Madhav. You're just a
Oh,
black. You're a
let me
black.
see what I can do.
You're
Hold on.
speaking. You're speaking to us from the black box.
Yeah, I don't know why that happens.
Okay. Yeah,
There we are.
Rupanuga Prabhu, I'd just like to introduce you to two guests, readers. Hopefully, they just won't be guests. They could become regular. But we have Mohammed here, all the way from the United Kingdom. And this is my godbrother Rupanuga Prabhu, who he's had the great fortune to be with Srila Prabhupada from 1966, from 26 Second Avenue, where Prabhupada started it all. And also Rupanuga Prabhu, we have with us Simi, who's come all the way from New Delhi. She does fundraising for the New Delhi temple. So please meet our godbrother Rupanuga Prabhu, and also my god sister Nanda Patni, who's in Santa Cruz. She lives in the Garden of Eden. She's constantly growing fruits and vegetables and flowers. And we have all the way from Siberia, Jai Madhava Prabhu, my only godbrother, way up there in Russia. He's also here. So I just wanted everyone to know each other. So I'm grateful you could come. See me in anything that you read. Was there something that caught your attention there? Any highlights or reflections from you?
I didn't get you.
I'm just wondering if in what you read or what you heard, are
Hmm.
there any reflections from you? Is there any part of what we read that
Yeah.
it stood out?
See, the thing is, ki when you do good actions, in my opinion, when you do good actions, you automatically connect with the God, because your thoughts are so pure and clear. And when we do the bad things, we automatically go away from the God, because God doesn't like all these things. When the person we love, we have to, do good things with him or with her. So it's a automatic connection with the God, with our actions. So that they become then a karma, vikarma, and karma. The basic thing is this, in my opinion. And as we serve God, Lord, I make garlands in the temple in the morning, and I have read the whole Bhagavatam also. So they are. I personally see when we serve the Lord, we are more closer to the Lord. All the time, our mind are busy in serving Lord. What we have to do, only we have to keep ourselves busy in serving Lord. Automatically, all things will happen good to you and to us. So I think how I connected with the Lord, just by serving, not thinking of anything, just serving, doing work for Him, doing work for Lord. That's it.
Thank you. Any
Okay.
comment from you on that, Rupanuga Prabhu, on what Simi just shared?
No, I'm not sure I understood everything, but sounds like she was saying work for the Lord is good. And I don't think she's she's using the material good, because the material good is karma. So she's talking about nice karma.
Mm-hmm.
When you do work for Krishna, it's nice karma. It's above good or bad, and there's no reaction. And that's the point. It's a principle of bhakti yoga. You do the same thing. You do the same thing you would ordinarily do, but you do it for Krishna, and there's no reaction to it. There's no material reaction. Good for good or bad for bad. Otherwise, if one does all good work, he has to take birth again to enjoy the results of good work.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a difference between doing good work and doing work for Krishna is above good or bad, and that's nice karma. There's no karmic reaction. I mean, I think that's what she was trying to say. I'm not sure.
What I understood from Simi is she was saying uh, that devotional service is all auspicious. It will bring you all good fortune.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
you got to, yes,
right. She said that in the end, yes.
yeah. Did we understand you correctly, Simi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
And I want to introduce you also to my god sister, Madhavi Devi Dasi. She's out in Arizona, and she's a gopi. She takes care of. She's got cows and calves.
Wow.
How
Wow.
many
Wow.
cows and calves do you have there, Madhavi?
We have a grandmother cow, a mother cow, and a calf, a boy.
A little baby bull.
He's not so little anymore. They grow fast.
Very nice. And Stoka Krishna Prabhu is here, I think from Australia or New Zealand, but somewhere from down under, somewhere out there in the material world. But we're in the spiritual world right now because we're discussing the Sri Isopanisad. So we are the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. We're all over the planet. Pretty cool what you can do with modern technology. This is the perfection. Discussing Sri Isopanisad with devotees from all over the planet. Isn't that cool? So tonight we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 devotees attending. That's really great. Before I move on to well, I have two things here. I have a commentary that was translated by Godbrother Banu Swami. I don't know if you can see this. It's a commentary on the Sri Isopanisad based on the writings of Madhvacharya, Baladev Vidyabhushan, and Bhaktivinoda Thakur. I have that elaboration, but I don't have a Prabhupada speaking a talk on this verse tonight, but he's speaking on verse number 3. So are you interested in hearing any of this commentary, Rupanuga Prabhu, or you prefer to move on to verse 3?
I prefer to move on.
Okay, so I've got the link here ready. Let me just look it up. Isho 3. Okay, there we go. And if you, since you haven't read yet, Rupanuga Prabhu, would you like to read the verse and read the first paragraph?
Oh, are we doing the Sanskrit?
Yeah.
We are? Okay. Surya nama te loka adhena tamasarvitaha tamste vigatshanti yeke chatma ano janaha. The killer of the soul, whoever he may be, must enter into the planets known as the worlds of the faithless, full of darkness and ignorance. A human life is distinguished from animal life on account of its heavy responsibilities. Those who are cognizant of their responsibilities and work in that spirit are called suras, the godly. And those who are either neglectful of their responsibilities or who have no information about them are called the asuras or demons. There are only two kinds of human beings all over the universe. In the Rig Veda, it is stated that the suras always aim at the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord Vishnu and act accordingly. Their ways are illuminated as the path of the sun.
Bobby, you haven't read yet. Madhavi has not read yet.
Intelligent human beings must always remember that this particular form of body is obtained after an evolution of many millions of years of transmigration of the soul. This material world is sometimes compared with an ocean, and this human body is compared with a solid boat designed to cross over the ocean. The Vedic scriptures and the acharyas, or saintly teachers, are compared with the expert boatmen, and the facilities of a human body are compared with favorable breezes, which can help the boat smoothly ply to the desired destination. If, with all these facilities, a person does not fully utilize his human life for self-realization, such an asura must be considered Atmahana, a killer of the soul. The killer of the soul is destined to enter into the darkest region of ignorance, to suffer perpetually. And here is a warning by Sri Isopanisad in clear terms.
Thank you. What edition are you reading?
69.
Okay. I've got the 74 edition here. I couldn't find 69 to put on the screen. Sorry. Just was wondering.
Is there a difference?
Just a little. Okay. Just looking at the order of everybody. So after Madhavi, let's see. I'm trying to see the order here because everything's moved around since more came. Okay, I guess I'll read them. And then after me, it's Rupanuga Prabhu, and then Madhavi again, in the order that we have. I hope you don't mind, Nandapatni. It's just the way everything appears on my screen. Is that all right with you?
Sure.
Okay. There are swine, dogs, camels, asses, etc., whose economic necessities are just as important to them as ours are to us. But the economic problems of these animals are solved only under nasty and unpleasant conditions. The human being is given all facilities for a comfortable life by the laws of nature because the human form of life is more important and valuable than animal life. Why is man given a better life than that of the swine and other animals? Why is a highly placed government servant given better facilities than those of an ordinary clerk? The answer is that a highly placed officer has to discharge duties of a higher nature. Similarly, the duties human beings have to perform are higher than those of animals, who are always engaged in simply feeding their hungry stomachs. Yet the modern soul-killing civilization has only increased the problems of the hungry stomach. When we approach a polished animal in the form of a modern civilized man and ask him to take interest in self-realization, he will say that he simply wants to work to satisfy his stomach, and that there is no need of self-realization for a hungry man. The laws of nature are so cruel, however, that despite his denunciation of the need for self-realization and his eagerness to work hard to fill his stomach, he's always threatened by unemployment. Jai Madhav, actually, you're after me.
Well, I got a point to make.
Okay.
Gaura, can I make a point here?
Yeah.
Yeah, and these two paragraphs,
Yes, go ahead.
in my book, there are about 10 changes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that's interesting because this was what Srila Prabhupada was informed by when 100 changes, but here I've seen in two paragraphs have been at least 8 changes.
Uh-huh.
And I might add that the changes, I mean, you would have to go over them. The changes are really not so required from my point of view. The emphasis that Srila Prabhupada tries to make is here in the 69. And when the comments that I heard you making, or the report you're making, were grammatical arrangements. So what Srila Prabhupada heard from Jasodananda, there were 100 changes. That started the whole rascal editor's conversation. And Srila Prabhupada considered even some changes that might be considered grammatical to be problematic for him because he had no knowledge that they were done.
Well,
So
just say
I-
good night. Oh, just excuse me for interrupting. Just say good night to Mohammed. It's 12. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. He's having a hard time staying. But thank you for whatever.
1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, thank you for coming for whatever you could, Mohammed.
That's okay.
We'll be
It's
back
been
on
a
Monday.
pleasure.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Cheers. Cheers to you. Hare Krishna.
Thank
Shalom
you.
alaikum. Allah Akbar.
Wa alaikum salam.
See you
Hare
soon.
Krishna.
Yeah, see ya.
Thank you, Mohammed.
Okay.
Bye for now.
Goodbye.
Sorry, yes, Rupanuga Prabhu, please resume your point.
Well, no, I'm just saying that I don't know what year edition you have.
I have 74.
All right,
Yeah.
well, this is the original.
Right.
So we're going to find this coming up. It's a little disconcerting.
Thank
To be
you.
reading. I mean, hearing you read and then trying to find out where you are.
No, I know. It's such a pain in the butt. I'm sorry, I lost my original book for 69 edition. If someone else can send me a copy, I'll be happy to put that on my screen. But I was feverishly searching for it before we came on this evening. I already saw there was going to be problems down the road because not everyone's coordinated. But I'm doing my best here in spite of all my defects. Sorry.
We came across a change the other day in this same book because I had the 69 and you had the 74 up, and it was in the introduction. And where it said that, I just lost it, that the absolute truth was consciousness. And in here it says the absolute truth is conscious. And that's actually a big change.
That's a big difference. Yeah.
I think what's going to happen is our discussions will turn into a book editing discussions instead of
Yeah. We
philosophy.
that's right.
That we're going to get derailed.
Let's not get derailed.
I mean, so I'm feeling a little discombobulated right now because I'm trying to stick with the philosophy, but if we're not all reading the same book, then I mean, I can
You
start.
just have to move forward. Just move forward. Keep going.
That's it.
Let's keep moving.
Keep going.
Okay, trying to figure out how to keep going right now.
Well, where are we?
Okay, I'll try to come back to where we were. Share screen. Threatened by unemployment. That was the last thing that was.
We are given this human form of life not to work hard like asses, swine, and dogs, but to attain the highest perfection of life. If we do not care for self-realization, the laws of nature force us to work very hard, even though we may not want to do so. Human beings in this age have been forced to work hard like asses and bullocks that pull carts. Some of the regions where the asuras are sent to work are revealed in this verse of Sri Isopanisad. If a man fails to discharge his duties as a human being, he is forced to transmigrate to the Asuriya planets and take birth in degraded species of life to work hard in ignorance and darkness.
In the Bhagavad Gita 6:40, 41, it's stated that a man who enters upon the path of self-realization but doesn't complete the process, despite having sincerely tried to realize his relationship with God, is given a chance to appear in a family of Suchi or Shrimat. The word Suchi indicates a spiritually advanced Brahmana, and Shrimat indicates a Vaishya, a member of the mercantile community. So the person who fails to achieve self-realization is given a better chance in his next life due to his sincere efforts in this life. If even a fallen candidate is given a chance to take birth in a respectable and noble family, one can hardly imagine the status of one who has achieved success. By simply attempting to realize God, one is guaranteed birth in a wealthy or aristocratic family. But those who do not even make an attempt, who want to be covered by illusion, who are too materialistic and too attached to material enjoyment, must enter into the darkest regions of hell, as confirmed throughout the Vedic literature. Such materialistic asuras sometimes make a show of religion, but their ultimate aim is material prosperity. The Bhagavad Gita 16, chapter 16, verse 17-18 rebukes such men by calling them Atma Sambhavita, meaning that they are considered great only on the strength of deception and are empowered by the votes of the ignorant and by their own material wealth. Such asuras, devoid of self-realization and knowledge of Isyavasya, the Lord's universal proprietorship, are certain to enter into the darkest regions.
Might as well finish it.
The conclusion is that as human beings, we are meant not simply for solving economic problems on a tottering platform, but for solving all the problems of the material life into which we have been placed by the laws of nature.
Thank you. Any reflections from anyone? Rupanuga Prabhu, anything from this?
Yeah, I could hardly follow it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying that many changes. That's all I'm making a comment. I really had to
Yeah, okay.
backtrack.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and check on Facebook too, because someone sent me, I think, the original 69 edition. But in the meantime, does anyone have a reflection on just what we read? Anything stand out for you? The killer of the soul, Atmaha.
Yeah, everything. It's exactly what this mantra is talking about, is exactly what we're seeing right now in the material world
Mm-hmm.
in a very big way, actually.
A couple of notes I took was Prabhupada's point about people being threatened by unemployment. And so I remember when Srila Prabhupada was in Bhubaneswar in 1977 with Rameshwar Prabhu, Prabhupada said that because these cities are not based upon the local production of food, then they will not last much longer. And that he said, as unemployment continues to increase, people will be coming by the millions to our farms. And so we've watched since this whole COVID scamdemic has taken place, just in America alone, 58 million people were put out of work. There was a grocer in Montreal run by a Guyanese gentleman, Ramdas Grocers, and he's been in business for 44 years, and he was put out of business. I mean, I don't know how many, I don't know what the toll is, but tens of thousands of businesses have closed down. So Prabhupada was making reference to, does anyone remember the exact quote where Prabhupada was talking about people feeling threatened? Unemployment?
Why were they closed down?
I need to do more research on that. But I mean, tens of thousands of businesses have been because of the lockdown, right?
Yeah,
So
small business.
right.
Generally, they have loans to the banks and they have mortgages on their business properties. And because of extended lockdowns, they still had to pay their bank loans, etc., etc. And there was some relief given, but it because it was so extended, a lot of small business ended up folding. You know, despite some government bailouts, but it was difficult for people to keep going under the circumstances. But people generally reinvent themselves. You know,
They had to keep paying the bills. They had to keep paying bills.
Right. Right.
They don't have much of a profit margin to maintain. But the reason they were closed is because of the lack of customers And the reason that was because they were given such stringent rules and regulations. Even a small business had X number of people in there at one time. And if that were the case, then that was up practically everybody. So, in other words, the rules and regulations were placed in such a way as to put them at a disadvantage.
Mm-hmm. I don't understand the economic world. I don't understand the World Economic Forum. And I've just kind of wondered, just for my own interest, do those who want to control the world, do they see little businesses as competitors and they want to wipe them all out? Is that the mindset behind that?
Well, what happens is the big businesses who can follow the rules without really losing a profit to speak of, they go on open. They stay open, and they get customers coming there where the places are open. You see, so the point about the Rakshasas controlling the planet is that they wish to cause any kind of disturbance under any circumstances.
Simi has to leave now for chanting. Thank you very much for what time
Thank
you
you
could
so
spend
much.
with us.
Thank you.
Thank
so
you
much.
for
Hare
meeting
Krishna.
Rupanuga Prabhu and Nandapatni and Jai Madhava and all the wonderful devotees that are here. Nahush has come late, but better late than never. Thank you, Nahush Prabhu. We'll see you. We'll be back in what is it? 2 days
On
from
Monday,
now. Monday our time, but I guess it's Tuesday your time,
Tuesday.
right?
Yeah. Okay.
I think so.
I'll be there.
Thank you, Simi.
Thank you.
Jai.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful having you. Thank you, Hare Krishna. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Rupanuga Prabhu. So you're talking about the control of the Rakshasas.
Yeah, well, that's what Srila Prabhupada says, and we have to see how many layers that means when you trace it on down to how it filters down, how it controlling the economic atmosphere is so widespread. So many actually so many small businesses were closed down. And a lot of people went out of work. So Shiva was talking about unemployment. He's also talking about business owners, not just their employees, but the people who own these small businesses. See, and then the people that work with them. So if you add up all those numbers, it's considerable.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, for the government to come in and bail everybody out for rules they made is kind of an artificial thing. You make the rules and then you come in and bail everybody out, but you're the cause of the rules.
The government creates a circumstance by which you have to become more dependent upon them.
Oh, absolutely. In America, they were actually paying people not to go to work. Can you imagine?
Srila Prabhupada once criticized that too much government control steals the initiative of the people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened in America.
And that's what happened in Russia. When you have everybody working according to the government instead of their psychophysical nature, then they automatically feather bed. They don't do as hard as they would work. They won't work because they're being forced to work in a way that's not their natural propensity. So that's the reason the Russians lost the Cold War, because they couldn't actually maximize the energy of the people because their hearts weren't in it. But whereas in the Western countries, there's entrepreneurship and there's chances to get education and to own a business. You have open enterprise. You have an open economy.
Free market. Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, if you run on the artificial level, simply centered around the government. And then in the end, the problem is going to be there for everybody because it's not Ishavasha. It's always centered around the government, whether it's good government or bad government or any government. So that's it. It's just a big story of karma. That's all. Karma this, karma there. You don't have anything but karma.
Yeah, when I first came to Russia, I had a eye-opening experiences just going out and buying boga. You walk into a shop to buy something, and you would ask the people to help you, and they would get angry at me just for asking. I just asked a question, and they get angry because. And then I asked the Russian devotees. I said, why the customer service is so bad here? Why are they so angry at you? Ask them for help. So they're not getting paid enough to even care. They do what they have to do at the very least, because they're not getting enough money. And that was across the board. And it's still a problem here.
So I found the original Isopanisad 1969 edition, but what I've done is I've lined up Srila Prabhupada actually giving a talk on what we just read. And we can follow along with Srila Prabhupada on this and maybe go a little bit deeper into analyzing this this third verse. This was recorded in Los Angeles, May 5th, 1970.
Yeah.
And yeah, and I'll find this for you where we are.
Lamb to the demons, and is a lamb to the devotee. Hare Krishna. Jai. So the atheist, they say that we have not seen Krishna. Yes, he'll see Krishna as lamb, and he'll ultimately come and capture you. How? That is death. Atheist will see Krishna as death, and theist, devotee will see Krishna as lover.
Okay, so I'm just going to move this ahead a little bit because he goes through the 12 verses which we've already done.
Yes.
It comes up to the 4-minute mark. Okay.
Anyone can explain the third verse? Kurban neva karmani jijivise chatang sama. We'll explain. Please stand up.
Second verse.
What is that?
This is the second verse. Okay, we're coming to the third, I think.
Yes.
This explains that the purest form of life is meant to realize our spiritual nature. Our nature is untouched the supreme and the eternal servant. And he explains that those who do not cultivate this kind of knowledge, specifically live like the animals and spawn, eating, sleeping, mating, and thinking, without caring for their spiritual nature, are members of Atmahana, or pillars of the soul, and they will enter into the planets of the worlds of nature.
No, I wanted that for Kurban neva. That is true, yes. That's all right. Third, anyone will explain this? Kurban neva karmani jijivise chatang samaha. Evang te nanati pusti nakanman lipate nare. So, you should try to read the explanation, this word meaning. Kurban neva karmani jijivise chatang sama. Sama means years. You can live hundreds of years if you understand the philosophy of life. Otherwise, what is the use of living? The trees are also living for 500 years, for thousands of years. There is one tree in San Francisco. What is that wood? Huh? Red wood? No, there is some wood, I forget, crossing bridge. Anyway, they told me that this tree is standing for 7,000. So, the trees are also living. And you are also living. You are trying to live whenever there is question of death, you resist. That means you do not want to die. That is natural sequence. So here, why should you leave? Narottam Das Thakur says, Kilagi Atsya Vasik, why I am leaving? I could not achieve love of Godhead, then what is the use of my living? He is lamenting. Narottama Dasakano Nagalambari. Kanava Achaye Pran Kisukho Lagiya. He says, why I am living? What is the purpose of my living? What is the ultimate happiness? Better I would have died because I could not attain love of God. That is real life. We should not try to live if we do not develop love of God. Otherwise, the trees are also living. What is the difference? How many years you can live? Say at most 100 years, that's all. But the tree is living for 7,000 years, 5,000 years. You cannot compete even with the tree, so far living is concerned. So here it is said, Kurbanneva karmani, one may aspire to live for hundreds of years if he continuously goes on doing work in that way. Which way? Isavasamidam sarvam. Everything belongs to God. This society, Krishna conscious society, we are not dismantling society. No, not like Mayavad. Mayavadi said, this world, this material world is false. Brahma Sattva Jagan Mithya. Let us give it up, just like we give up stool, urine, and don't aspire after it. Similarly, the Mayavadi says, that give it up just like you leave your stool and urine and take to Brahma. But our philosophy is not like that. Our philosophy, we have created a Krishna conscious society. We are having wives, children, brother, sister, father, mother. That is society. So we have got everything here. In which way we are lacking? That there is no father, there is no mother, there is no husband, there is no wife, there is no children. No, it is not negation. How these children coming to receive? Just like in an ordinary family, when a grandfather comes, little children takes pleasure, and the grandfather takes pleasure. Here the same thing is there. We are not denying. I do not say, oh, I am sannyasi. You do not send this. I let my children. Why another children would come and bother me? No. It is not like that. We are changing the phase of the society. Krishna conscious society. Krishna sangsar karo chari anacha. Our propaganda is that let us become the member of Krishna's family. That is our program. And if we enter into Krishna's family, just like Krishna is enjoying with his consort, so there is nothing negation. Everything is there. Krishna is eating, Krishna is enjoying, Krishna is dancing, Krishna is offering his prasadam, reciprocation. Nothing is denied. If we live in Krishna consciousness, then we can live for hundreds, thousands, or any number of years. Actually, we do not die. What is death and birth? That is of this body. So we are eternal. Krishna is eternal. Our purpose is how to uh, get out of this atmosphere where I have to repeatedly quit it. That I do not know what sort of body I am going to get next. There are 8,400,000 of bodies. And if I get a body like that tree, red tree, stand up for 7,000 of years, would you like it? But Maya is so strong that even that life, the tree, is standing 7,000 years happily and it is growing nicely. But those who are outside the atmosphere, they are, oh, what is horrible life. It is also a living entity, standing for 7,000 of years. So he becomes shocked. That is human life. We should be shocked seeing so many varieties of life, abominable life. And here is a chance, this human form of life, that you can get out of this shocking atmosphere. So this verse instructs us that if you realize that everything belongs to Krishna or God, everything should be employed in the service of the Lord. I am Lord's, I am part and parcel of the Lord. Therefore, my energy should be utilized in the service of the Lord. If you develop this consciousness, then you can live. Jijivishe satang sama. Evang tai nannati tosti nakanma lippati nare. If you live like that, na lippati nare karmani. Otherwise, every work has got some reaction. If you don't work for Krishna, that is also confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita. Jagyarthe karma annatra lokayam karma bandhana. Jagyarthe, only for Krishna. Krishna's another name is Jagga, Jaggesha. So, Jaggesha means, Jagga means we offer sacrifice, and who is accepting? Krishna. Our sacrifice should go to Krishna. Krishna also explains in the Bhagavad, Jat karosi, jat juhosi, jadasnasi, jat tapassasi, kurusatad madarpanam. Krishna also, the karmis, they are working. Krishna says, all right, you do. Jat karosi, you just do it for me. They give the result to me. That is Krishna consciousness. You can work. You can have very big factory working, but give the result to Krishna. Then that factory running is also as good as we are running this temple. Because ultimately the profit is going to Krishna. Why we are working for this temple? Employing our energy for Krishna. So any field of activities, if you utilize it for Krishna, that is one. In that way you can do. Jijivishe satang sama. Otherwise, he will be entangled. He will be responsible, because when you work, intentionally or unintentionally, we are committing so many sinful activities. Take for example that we are not in favor of animal killing. But when we walk on the street, unintentionally, we are killing so many animals. We cannot get out of this entanglement. When you are drinking water, we are killing so many animals. When we are exhaling, inhaling, we are killing so many water. When we are igniting fire, so many animals are killed. So we cannot avoid it. So if you do not devote your life for Krishna's service, you will be responsible for all these minor killings also. intentionally or unintentionally. Ignorance is not excuse. If you drive unintentionally to the left side of the road, you are immediately prosecuted. You cannot say, oh, I was a little inattentive. No, that is not. The law of state is so strict, and the law of God is strict. You should understand. Don't take it trifle. His agents are very, mama maya durataya. You can avoid the vigilance of police, but you cannot avoid the vigilance of God. The day is witness, the night is witness, the air is witness, the sun is witness, the moon is witness. How you can avoid your sinful activities? Therefore, if you want to save yourself, then you have to take to this Krishna consciousness. Otherwise you are doomed. Hare Krishna.
And then there's a kirtan after. Very nice. So Rupanuga Prabhu, what all we see is your dome right now.
I'll come back into view. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. So how did you enjoy that talk?
I was feeling the heavy weight of that lecture
Yes.
on my dome. So I'm back up now for a bit. But it's wonderful to hear Srila Prabhupada speaking so strongly.
Yes.
I mean, anybody ever thought that Srila Prabhupada was so gentle? And he's true. He had that, but when he gave lectures, he was, we called him a lion. He was a lion preacher.
Yes.
So he doesn't give us much choice here. And I've been making a habit lately of thinking about how many species of life we have to go through to get here. And then looking out the window and seeing so many tufts of grass by the thousand, so many trees, so many birds, so many ants, especially here in Florida, so many ants.
Yeah.
So many ants, and anthill every few feet, so many ants, and all these living entities, and they're all quite happy doing what they're doing. But we see from our point of view, they're suffering. And from our point of view, we should see how rare our position as human beings. And then on top of that, after 5 billion 6, 7, whatever billions human beings there are now, only 4,700 took initiation from Srila Prabhupada.
Right.
And then some millions of books have been distributed. But still, it's a tremendous fact that we're so fortunate. We're so fortunate to have Srila Prabhupada as our spiritual master is unbelievable. Good fortune. And he talks here about saving oneself. He talks here about saving oneself from karma, the laws of karma, even if one does it unintentionally. And then as time goes on, Srila Prabhupada talks about us helping others to save themselves. And the idea of preaching to others about this becomes more and more relevant as time goes on. This is 1970. Of course, he's always talking about preaching, but when you compare what he's talking about, we have to take care of ourselves. At the same time, with that knowledge, we have to share it with others. And I think that really makes an effect on a person when you share with others something you are convinced about and you are trying to understand for yourself and convey that urgency, that understanding to another person, that turns their face towards Srila Prabhupada and his teachings. And what we're really trying to do as his followers is bring as many people to his lotus feet as we can, with as much as we understood from him. And the great pleasure comes from getting another person to understand what to speak of, agree with what Srila Prabhupada says. It's a great pleasure for a disciple to see another person accepting Srila Prabhupada's teaching. That's what it's like when one is a transparent medium for Srila Prabhupada. They give his teachings, one gives Srila Prabhupada's teachings without changing them or speculating upon them, and their potency goes through to the person. It's magic. It's magic. But it's parampara, it's the way it works. And we have to be like little transparent mediums of Srila Prabhupada to convince other people about the seriousness of human life. The very dangerous of going into lower forms, going back around the wheel of samsara. That's a very dangerous situation. Even if one takes birth as a hog or a dog or a cat, which is pretty high on the phylogenetic scale, still from there they have to go back through all the different forms of life to come to a human being again. And what to speak of those people who have to go see Yamaraj, who are especially sinful. They have real trouble. That's why Srila Prabhupada warned, always wear the neck beads. Always wear your neck beads. One time a devotee was sitting in front of Srila Prabhupada, and Srila Prabhupada said, where are your neck beads? And he said, oh, in the next room, I broke them, I'm getting repaired. No, immediately get them. So he had to get up and get the broken neck beads, because Srila Prabhupada what was he doing? He was warning that Jamadutas see a naked neck, you're in trouble. He used to say that when I see a forehead without tilak, I think of a slaughterhouse.
Because that person's going to get slaughtered for not.
Well, no, that's just a poetic explanation.
Okay.
He wanted to see that tilak, anyway, that's the point I'm making. That compassion is so important to, what's that verse in Gita? I'm sure you know about the yogi has compassion of other persons because he has experienced himself that way of life. So we're coming from the dark side, so we have plenty of experience, plenty of reason to warn others, the dangers of taking another birth, a lower birth.
So I have a question. Well, first, I'd just like to make a little comment that, I have some nature trails around here, and I feel quite distracted, unfortunately, if I spend too much time in my apartment. But when I get out on a 45-kilometer nature trail, I can walk 8-10 kilometers and, get my rounds done in walking. But as I'm walking, I'm seeing all of these plants, sometimes animals. And it's the first time, because I remember hearing Prabhupada say before, living in the material world means one shock after the next. And in this purport, Prabhupada was saying, what did he say? Shocking. It's a shocking atmosphere. When you're looking at all these entities, you're shocked. And I never thought, wow, I never thought of, but looking at all these different species, I should actually be getting shocked.
And the next step is to have mercy on them by chanting a loud japa.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. The same reminder that you gave to Ananda Hari. Because I certainly need to chant loud japa to drown out my crazy mind. Definitely.
Yeah. There's a threshold that if we chant above our threshold, the living entities around us would be benefited, especially. So there's two good reasons: one for ourselves, and one for the living entities around us.
So I'm gonna play, as Dr. Patel used to play, devil's advocate with Srila Prabhupada. You'll be Srila Prabhupada, and I'm going to be the devil's advocate. So, so Prabhupada was saying that running a factory is as good as running a temple. So Swamiji, I have a very nice pharmaceutical factory, and we are making millions of vaccinations for the benefit of the world, and you have said that running a factory is just as good as running a temple. So Swamiji, I am going to make so many nice donations because I know you have many temples that you want to build. I know you. I've heard you say that you want to have farms and you want to build a museum in downtown Washington D.C. So this vaccine business, this is very lucrative, and I shall, by the mercy of the Lord. Because I've also heard you say that many people, often they practice religion for, material prosperity. So I am not above that. And I will do this seva for Sri Krishna, and I will give you so much Lakshmi to fulfill all your spiritual desires. What do you think, Swamiji?
Okay. First thing, you'll chant Hare Krishna and understand the examples I'm going to give. When the devotees were going to Fiji, I forget the gentleman's name, but there were a band of brothers who owned
Vasudev.
and they owned a chain of restaurants, which were serving meat. And some of the brothers, at least him, as you mentioned, they were giving the results to Srila Prabhupada. And the devotees are saying, "You're taking money. They're selling meat in their restaurants, and they're giving you the money. Srila Prabhupada, what should we do? Should we tell them to stop this meat serving in their restaurants?" Srila Prabhupada says, "Don't disturb them. Don't disturb them. They will go as they go on chanting and everything, and they'll come to this understanding themselves. She cannot force them." I'll give another. Is that clear?
Yes, I was also thinking of my friend Ajay Perimal, and he is making so many vaccines, and he's donating very generously for Food for Life.
I got to finish the example.
Okay.
So the example is that without saying what you're doing is wrong, stop it. Srila Prabhupada said, "Just wait and see."
Okay.
So if this person you mentioned, so-called man, if he were speaking to Srila Prabhupada, he'd get a similar kind of arrangement, But you have to, just like another example, Srila Prabhupada was accepting money at one time as a donation from persons who were doing it by selling contraband. And Srila Prabhupada knew that.
What is contraband? That means
I'm not going to mention what it was. Let's just say it was contraband.
But what does that mean? What does that term actually mean?
Illegal things.
Okay.
Illegal things. This happened to be some drug in operation.
Heard about it.
They were coming to Srila Prabhupada and surrendering to Srila Prabhupada and becoming his followers. And so, but he knew that the money they were giving him as donations was not earned legitimately. So when they say, "Why would you accept that?" So instead of telling them to stop, which means they would have blooped, right?
Yeah.
They would have just gone away, right?
Yeah.
Prabhupada accepted for a while. And then there came a time when he said, "No more. Now you must stop." When he realized that they were strong enough to follow instructions. So you see the mercy there? He could have clamped down and he could have, told them something they couldn't follow and they might have left, most likely. So he made that judgment. But he utilized whatever he gave them, of course, in Krishna's service. So my point to you is, and that's that man you mentioned before. Okay, you chant Hare Krishna 16 rounds a day and follow the regular principles, and you'll come to your senses. Because if Srila Prabhupada were to tell that big man, "You stop what you're doing," he would have become offensive. He would have created an offense to the pure devotee. He wouldn't have followed the instructions either. So, and the man you're talking about is pretty far along. Pretty far along. It's not just like he has a couple of restaurants. We're talking about billions of dollars.
Net worth $5 billion.
Well, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, the more the entanglement, the harder it is. You see. So you see, does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay, it has to.
What said Krishna consciousness is a gradual process.
Yeah, but my point is, another example he gave, you have to know how to bend the bamboo without breaking it.
Right.
So he knew that art. For every individual, he knew how far he could take them at how much time and how much they could bend before they would break. He didn't want to break anybody. He wanted everybody to be successful.
Right.
He wanted everybody to become a devotee. And whatever level of devotional service, with Kanishta, Madhyam, he just wanted them to engage in service.
Sure. I'm interested in hearing Jai Madhava. Did you have a comment or question to make on this point, Prabhu?
Well, I mean, when we're talking about a particular situation, and I understand the point that Rupanuga Prabhu is making, but there is the danger that someone may copy this mood of Prabhupada, but not be qualified to understand where to draw the line.
Well, that's
And
always imitation is always a problem.
Then it becomes a contamination of Prabhupada's movement instead of how Prabhupada was a pure devotee. He knew how to engage people, but when other people try to copy him artificially, they will make the excuse, oh, well, Prabhupada took blah, blah, blah illicit money, so we can take illicit money from XYZ pharmaceutical industry.
Yeah.
But they're not Prabhupada, and they may not know when to put on the brakes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they say, well, sure, Baba he took inoculation. He took a shot for
Hong Kong flu.
So therefore we can. So those kind of that is called mixed devotional service. It's called Mishra Bhakti, where one mixes something into devotional service. And when devotional service is mixed with the 9 processes of devotion and the three modes of material nature, passion, ignorance, and goodness, then you end up with 81 different kinds of devotional service. And that we have right now. We have that right now in the world. There's 81 different kinds, because it's called Mishra Bhakti or mixed Bhakti. It's mentioned in Bhagavatam. Let's see where. Yeah, it's in Bhagavatam, 3rd canto, chapter 21, verses 22 to 26, and also 8, 9, and 10, in which it describes the mixture of devotional service with the modes. And that's what you're talking about, Jai Madhava. When someone brings up that kind of logic, it's devotional mixed with the logic of the modes of material nature, particular mode. Just like, for example, one could perform arti in the mode of passion. See, and all the different nine practices of devotional service could be done in different ways. So you multiply it, it's all very mixed up to 81 different kinds of mixed devotional service. So that's a lot of variety of devotees that are within the movement or within, the movement. No, I'm just talking about ISKCON, I'm talking about the Hare Krishna movement in general. So I make that point. It gets very complicated. So what you're saying is correct. One should not try to stretch anything. One should not try to find a loophole somewhere. One should not try to imitate Srila Prabhupada's logic and reasoning without the capacity of Uttama Adhikari that Srila Prabhupada was preaching for.
Mm-hmm. I'm interested in hearing from our god sister Madhavi Devi Dasi. Do you have any thoughts on what Rupanuga Prabhu has been sharing or what we read in the verse, Madhavi?
Well, this is something that I've thought about too, because I know you find historically some of the great devotees will, refuse to accept anything coming from a non-devotional or Vaishnava background, but at the same time, Prabhupada would take anything and use it in Krishna's service. But for us, we can use things in Krishna's service, but at what point, can we get dragged down? Like, for instance, we've had people do different things that have helped us with the cows. And so we see it that, they're helping Krishna's cows. But it also feels like there can be a danger there that, so I'm really appreciating what Rupanuga Prabhu is saying and kind of digesting it all, because it's something I've thought a lot about.
What's the danger that you're addressing? They're helping with the cows, but what
is that?
Well, like, if someone gave us a whole bunch of money and we used it to get a well, we still had to put money towards the well. And, we feed the cows water every day. They drink a whole lot of water, and we use it to water the land and stuff. But at the same time, we're also benefiting because now we have a well, and it makes our life that little bit easier and stuff. And
Well,
so
that's a donation. See, we receive donations all the time from persons who are not following the regular principles, or even with the speaker chanting. So donations, that's all part of giving up the fruits of your action, which is described in Bhagavad Gita as karma yoga, and that's very good. It's a step in the right direction. But let me make a comment on your earliest point about how in India, in history, things are more, shall we say, orthodox in performance, of refusing certain things. The difference between that history and now is that history, which means Sanatana Dharma and Vedic culture, has been brought out of India. So you're talking about a time when there was a spiritual culture of millions of years. Some temples have been there for millions of years from previous yugas. And you're talking about bringing that culture out of India for the first time in history. That's what Srila Prabhupada did in 1965. He was the first person to bring all this transcendental knowledge out of India. It was locked up in India for 5,000 years. So coming to the Western world and bringing this out for the purpose of preaching requires adjustment. And that's what Acharya can do. He can make adjustments. He can go from 64 to 16, right? He can make other adjustments. He can see boys and girls mixing in the same temple, which wouldn't be followed in traditional India, right? He made so many adjustments to accommodate the Mlechas and Yavans outside of India. So you have an entirely different approach. You have because the purpose is to get the people to be benefited and purified by Krishna consciousness, right? So you have to make adjustments. You don't make compromise. No, there's no but you can make things simpler. Just like you take the Hari Bhakti Vilas, you take deity worship and you simplify it so that when one devotee asks you about, but I forget her name, she asked about more instruct. He said, if I told you everything, you would faint.
yeah.
So when you're doing all these processes in India, it's to keep you busy and out of Maya. But here in the West, we had to have time to preach. You see the difference?
Yeah.
And so when because you are doing what Srila Prabhupada told you to do as his servant, by taking care of the cows, Srila Prabhupada told Kirtananda, I was right there walking with him in New Vrindavan. And Srila Prabhupada said to him, how much land have you given the grihastas? And Kirtananda was silent. And Srila Prabhupada said they should each get 5 acres, a cow, and a small cottage. And he, of course, he had no intention of doing that, and he never did. But you're doing it. So because you're doing it, and you're following Srila Prabhupada's instructions, so you can consider that a donation, never mind how it was earned or whatever like that. But they're not disciples like they were doing in Laguna Beach, going out doing contraband and giving Srila Prabhupada as his disciples. That's a different thing. They were disciples, and he had to give them a little leeway to become more advanced.
Mm-hmm.
Your people are just ordinary people, and they're getting a chance to make a donation, just like they were to donate to a temple. You donate to it's perfectly legitimate, and there's no harm.
I guess for me, because I do my best, but I have a lot of flaws in my own personal devotional service. So then that makes me feel like, well, I'm not really up to the standard as much as I should be. So therefore, if somebody's giving something, then am I contaminating it?
No. There's a verse, and I wish I'm going to find this verse. There's a verse somewhere I read, Chaitanya Charitamrita, that said, even if one is not following all the regulations, is not very regulated in their life, they should preach. They should preach.
They should
preach. They should preach. So you're doing that. You're preaching. Your way of preaching is your example that you're setting. It's not just doing this for yourself. You're doing this because Srila Prabhupada wants people to see it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we quite like the fact that we're in sort of ranch country here, and we're establishing cow protection is kind of against the grain here.
Oh, certainly.
Nahush Prabhu, before you go, I was wondering, do you have a comment or question for Rupanuga Prabhu? Because I don't know if we'll be here in 10 minutes. We're trying to finish by 9:30 if possible.
Is that a general question for everybody?
Sorry, say again, Prabhu?
Are you asking us that if we have any questions? Yes.
Yeah, well, you've made a point already. I just want to check quickly with Stoka Krishna. Do you
sure.
have,
Okay.
do you have
problem.
any comment, Stoka Krishna Prabhu? Or question? Because we're going to wind up pretty soon.
That's good.
Stoka Krishna, are you there? I don't know. No response from you.
Looks like he's there, but there's no sound.
Okay, go ahead, Jai Madhava Prabhu. What did you
Well,
like
I was thinking I mean, it's sort of related to what you're talking about. I had been going to the Mayapur festival from Russia, and one Mayapur festival, I approached a GBC. I went to his room. Won't say the name, but I made a very valid point to him using Prabhupada's own words about, because I was very disturbed that what was flourishing in the movement was tendency to give people salaries. And his response to me was, well, what if we need a plumber for the temple? Isn't it better we pay a devotee plumber? And he gave me these type of answers without ever really addressing my original question, where Prabhupada drew the line that said, no, we don't give salaries. And that's the movement I joined. The movement I joined, no one got salaries. So it's just unfortunate that Prabhupada's instructions are in black and white. It's so easy to understand what he said about so many things, including devotees shouldn't take salaries, because then it doesn't really qualify as pure devotional service anymore. And I just think it's very unfortunate devotees don't take Prabhupada's words as they are. They try to go around it, you know.
But I'd like to, excuse me, I'm going to take your point, and I'd like to ask Rupanuga Prabhu, if you don't mind. I hope I'm not interrupting you right now, Rupanuga.
No.
Okay, and that is, for example, at Bhaktivedanta Manor, I've been told that there's roughly 80 devotees that are employed with the wedding business. Now, husbands and wives, they've got kids, grandkids, whatever. People do need to support themselves. So I'm just kind of trying to get clarity here, because although we hear that one should not get a salary, at the same time, people have to live. So we're not going to, it doesn't make sense to me to condemn a devotee for taking some money for Lakshmi, for fixing the flower vases, or, for cooking 2,000 samosas, or, so that they can pay their rent for the rest of the month. I'm just trying to get some clarity on this. Because on the one hand, we say no salary. On the other hand, Jai Madhava's point, well, better to pay a devotee plumber than to go and hire a karmi, right? What's your thought on that?
Well, I'm remembering a situation with Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur where there was one devotee who was serving as a financier. He was doing the treasury work. Devotees were coming complaining to him that he's pocketing some money. And so Bhaktisiddhanta said, well, you know how much it would cost us if we had to pay someone outside to do what he's doing? That was his answer.
Interesting.
So now whether that can be applied in this situation is really a question, because it depends on the availability for devotees to do service. We managed before without paying salaries because we had enough devotees to do the work, even though we're kind of understaffed many times. But no one was requesting a salary. Some of them worked outside to make Lakshmi. But what's happening in London or in London, I have no, or UK, I have no idea. They have so many followers that are from the Indian community. And I don't see how. And as far as getting married, a person has a job. If the job is, if they're doing a job and they're performing marriages and legal marriages, you see, then that's a job. They make salary on the job. See, so that's one is the devotee lives there and he makes money marrying people legally, because if you have a license to do that, you can do it just like they have in this country. Even different kinds of people get licenses from the government to perform marriage ceremonies. Now, is that what they're doing, or are they doing it as a temple function, as a sacrifice, as a vivaha yagna in front of the deities, and charging money for that? See, the vivaha yagna was intended for devotees who were committed, because they'd already been married legally for 6 months. And Srila Prabhupada said if they were married for 6 months and they were devotees chanting their rounds and everything else, then they could be married in front of the deities. So if they're marrying people in front of the deities who have not met the standards, according to Srila Prabhupada, then it's not correct, right? Because we follow Srila Prabhupada's instructions about these things. We never married non-devotees in front of the deities.
Right.
We married devotees who had already been married for 6 months legally to demonstrate their faithfulness to each other. And had they gone at least that long, then Srila Prabhupada would allow to be married in front of deities. And he stopped performing marriages because the marriages he performed in front of the deities, the vows are not being kept. And he stopped making marriages and said, it's up to the temple presidents.
This is the very first time in 47 years of joining Prabhupada's ISKCON that I heard, first you marry legally for 6 months, then, you've proven yourself, then you can do it in front of the deities. It's the first time. Thank you.
Listen, Gaura, if I were to keep telling you all the different things that have not been passed down, you would faint.
Good. Let me faint. I want to hear it.
I'm saying faint. You would faint. Because the fact of the matter is, so many of these details, which are really important, have been set aside, forgotten, or just should we say, superseded for the sake of money. Now, I just gave you a standard that could be followed in the manner as well as anyone else. The standard that he set. You want to get married in front of these deities, our deities that we're maintaining, the deities that we're serving, avoiding offenses to, and you're going to come and get married in front of them when you taking vows in front of the deities, but you haven't demonstrated that you can keep the vows in the first place.
In other words, first of all, show us your marriage certificate that you've been doing this for 6 months.
And are you a devotee? Are you chanting 16 rounds and following the principles? I mean, the Bibha Yagnas were for devotees. It was not that we're the justice of the peace or something, or that, we're just open for business.
So years ago, back in the 80s, when I was asked by the president of the Toronto Temple, you come with your fiance, and I'll get you married here after 6 months of your association. And he said, we'll provide you with an apartment. We can't, maybe we'll give you something for diapers if you ever have a kid. We can't pay you, but I'm going to train you how to do the Vivaha Yagya. And, the priest is always supposed to get a donation for doing that. So I got permission from the Ontario government. I'm licensed to perform marriages. I haven't done it in decades, but I got a legal permit. And I started doing marriages for people. But I was not told that, first of all, they have to show me a marriage certificate. Then I can do the marriage. And then what I found myself doing is I had cool, so quote unquote, cool people all dressed in black. They were karmis, but they wanted to get married in a Hindu temple. And I felt kind of uncomfortable about that.
Where were they getting married?
In the Toronto temple.
No, that's not proper.
But it wasn't in front of the deities. I don't remember having the deity doors open, but I did the whole fire yagya.
You should have your business somewhere else.
Not
in the temple.
It
was a business. It was a job. It was an occupation. And you got I also had a legal marriage. I could marry in New York. I could marry in Maryland. I could marry in Virginia,
Uh-huh.
and I did it sometimes. But it was all when I married legally, it was in my office. When I married Viva Yagna, it was in the temple.
Right.
And I married those same people later. If they were still married, I would marry them for Viva Yagna. Unfortunately, of all this, about, I would say 6 or 7 devotees I married, none of them stayed together in the long run.
Right. Right. Also, I remember when I would do those marriages in the Toronto temple, which I didn't do, I don't know, maybe 8 of them I did, but I remember hearing devotees talking behind my back, oh, you're doing marriages, but you're getting money for that. I mean, maybe I get $50 donation. I think once I got $100, but I mean, I was squeaking by. I was doing full 8, 10 hours of service for the temple. And if I was lucky, because I was told that the marriage is not complete unless a donation is given to the priest. So
that function should have been outside the temple.
uh-huh. I see. Okay.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, please.
My understanding, which when Srila Prabhupada was approached by the devotees at the Bhaktivedanta Manor originally, because the Indians were asking to be married in front of the deities, Prabhupada absolutely refused. Then he compromised and said they can be married in the temple, but not in the temple room in front of the deities, and they have to bring their own priests.
Uh-huh.
Okay, well, that's practically the same as being outside, so I was pretty close.
Yeah, and they have to give a donation. But Prabhupada specifically said, not in front of the deities, because they're not initiated devotees,
Right.
and they have to bring their own priests. In other words, the devotees were not authorized to perform the marriages for money.
And it was not in the temple.
Prabhupada said it can be in the manor, but not in the temple room, in another room.
Well, that's what we call a temple. Temple
Yes.
room where the deities are. That's a temple room. Everybody.
That's exactly what Prabhupada said. I can
Yeah,
verify that.
all the temples in the world don't have a bigger property like in London or in the UK.
Yes.
It's the same thing. The same thing I said. It's pretty much common sense from the point of view of Krishna consciousness.
Stoka Krishna Prabhu is saying that our temple in Melbourne performs marriages and other samskaras in the courtyard or in the prasadam hall. It's one of the sources of income for the temple.
Well, it's not in the temple room, so then it's authorized by Prabhupada because he didn't want it in the temple room. But Prabhupada didn't even want the devotees to do it. He said they have to bring their own priests.
And
So I don't think
that's significant. That's a significant point because there's an involvement with them. They're not involved in bhakti. That's pulling the devotees away from bhakti into something worldly.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask you, Stoka Krishna, if they're doing this, are devotees performing these marriages to the non-devotees?
Well, Prabhu,
or are they bringing their own priests?
No, it's all devotee priests, but it's all done with, the procedure is devotional. There is a preaching going on. The devotee who performs the yagya, it does a lecture, preaches to the people who, get married, and
that's okay. They're preaching to the people
to chant Hare Krishna, etc.
But my point is, it's
they're
in black and
performing a
white.
yagna. They're performing a yagna. They're performing a fire sacrifice
Yes.
for a legal marriage.
Yes, actually, our temple, the priests here at the temple, I mean, the devotees who do the yagyas, they married
For non-devotees? For non-devotees? Yes.
Well, when we say non-devotees, I mean, not necessarily the people who chant 16 rounds, but usually it's the people who come and support the temple and come, to the festivals, etc. I'm not sure if, all of them are non-devotees as such, but
My point was Prabhupada already answered that question to the devotees many years ago at Bhaktivedanta Manor. He specifically told them that the devotees can't perform the sacrifices, that they have to bring their own priests, and that's in black and white. That's recorded. So what the devotees are doing is not according to what Prabhupada originally instructed. I'm sorry. Well, you can say whatever you want.
And
It's
you're
not.
saying, Jai Mata Prabhu, you're saying that's specifically applicable to people that are not up to the standard of 16 rounds.
Yes, they may be Indians that are nice people that are giving money, that are chanting some rounds sometimes, but they live outside and they're not following like the initiated devotees. So therefore, initiated ISKCON devotees have no business marrying them. They have to bring their own priests. That's exactly what Prabhupada said. He made it very clear, and nobody's followed this.
My question, why did Prabhupada say they have to bring their own priest? Because if we did it, we'll get karma for it?
Obviously.
Uh-huh. That's the reason.
Yes. Well, what are we doing blessing people that are not necessary? They may be very nice people, and I give them credit for being Indians and donating to the temple and whatever, but if they're living outside, they're not initiated, and they're not following like initiated devotees, obviously they're not following properly. So the devotees that are marrying them are getting implicated.
So then that priest that they bring of their own, he'll get the donation that maybe normally a temple devotee would have gotten the donation.
No. Prabhupada said they bring their own priest, and even after they bring their own priest, they still got to give a donation to ISKCON.
Right.
So they got to give a donation to the priest that they bring that's not an ISKCON devotee, and they got to give a donation to ISKCON. Right. That's exactly what Prabhupada said. And I'm sorry that hasn't been followed strictly. And I'm not just fault-finding or criticizing, but we have to understand what Prabhupada actually said about this, because it's nothing new. It already happened many years ago when Bhaktivedanta Manor was founded. The Prabhupada's disciples already had this idea because they were being badgered by the Indians. Oh, marry us in front of the deities.
Right.
And Prabhupada originally didn't want to do it. But then he finally said, okay, do it. But these are under only these circumstances. Right. And unfortunately, the devotees haven't followed Prabhupada's instructions to the letter.
What do you think, Stoka Krishna Prabhu? You have your hand raised. I was going to ask you anyway. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I just wanted to ask a question, really, because I can't offer my thoughts to senior Prabhupada disciples. But my question, Prabhu, Jai Madhava Prabhu, you mentioned living outside. Is that not a somewhat outdated concept in the sense that living outside, most of us are living outside now? We don't.
Well, we're initiated devotees. Living outside. I chant my 16 rounds every day. I follow the regulative principles. I preach for Prabhupada. So what? I'm living outside. Oh, everybody's living outside now. There's no Prabhupada disciples living in ISKCON anymore. Hardly at all. We're all been either, for one reason or another, we were, deplatformed, and we don't live in the movement anymore. But I still serve the movement. I'm not anti-ISKCON. I serve the devotees whenever I can. My wife's a devotee in ISKCON, but we live outside. But the difference is, we took the vows. We chant the 16 rounds. Many of these Indian people, I'm not putting them down. I'm just saying they don't. So we don't. Prabhupada did not want us to get involved. He's willing to let them get initiated, they get married in our temples, but not in the temple room. He's willing to, not in front of the deities. He's willing to have them get married in another place in the temple, like in the courtyard or in another room, all nice and fixed up. They could even bring separate deities, but not the temple installed deities.
Right.
Not use our Brahmins, and they still have to give a donation, even if they have to give their own Brahmin a donation. Then Prabhupada said, that's okay.
Rupanuga Prabhu, do you have any comment on what's being discussed?
I think Srila Prabhupada's purpose is obvious. He wants to maintain the purity of the temple.
Right.
Simply that. That's it. So one has to look at it from that point of view. Is the temple's austerity, the temple's purity being preserved by whatever policy there is? Is there any compromise being made? We did not. Srila Prabhupada did not want temples for compromise. He wanted temples, for example, to raise people's consciousness up, so that when they went to the deities, their consciousness would become more and more Krishna conscious. And then when they made donations and when they went before the deity, they would understand the special occasion, the special ability they were given to offer to the Lord, to be in front of the Supreme Lord. And so Srila Prabhupada was always concerned about the behavior had to be pucka. It had to be on the proper level, the proper consciousness. So in order to instruct people, it wasn't supposed to be so easy, that you treat temple devotees like justices of peace or something like that. They just perform rituals. If you pay them, they'll perform rituals. Srila Prabhupada said, we have no rituals in this movement. Everything we do has meaning.
Nice. That's the point.
I'm just wondering from Stoka Krishna Prabhu, are things clarified for you, or did you have any other questions, Prabhu?
That's pretty clear. And I just wanted to comment just mention one thing, that here in Melbourne, whenever a samskara or a ritual is performed for people from outside, its real purpose is always preaching. It's not, the donation is given to the temple, but the devotee who does the yagyas, for example, he says, his main intention is always to get the yagya is a secondary thing, but he always gets people involved in the kirtan, and he preaches to them. He gives a small, like a short lecture to them always during this time, from the Bhagavad Gita. So
That's all right, but the question of the yajna itself is also part of preaching. The yajna is to be performed like Srila Prabhupada said, not to be performed in front of the deity, or not to be performed in the temple room, but to be performed somewhere else. So that's also, like I said, I just said it. We don't perform rituals. Everything we do, including the fire sacrifice, is not ritualistic. It has meaning. We're feeding the mouth of Vishnu. We're feeding the fire. These are not ordinary affairs. These are performances with full meaning that are actually happening.
It's devotional service.
Of course, that's all part of it. So, it's a question of what I use the term compromise. I cannot think of any other word that would suit it. To the degree that Srila Prabhupada's instructions in this matter are not known, that's too bad. It's up for the leadership to be transparent mediums for Srila Prabhupada's instructions. That's what I'm saying. A lot of these instructions are not properly passed down. So it's not the fault of the local devotees who don't know what the standard is. If everyone's left up to their own, they'll do the best they can without leadership giving them the standards. But the standards are set by the founder Acharya. If it's an ISKCON temple, it's the founder Acharya. And for those who are not, active members of ISKCON, he's still the founder Acharya.
I'm really happy to see that Jivan Mukta Prabhu has finally returned. He's very busy, but I'm just wondering, Jivan Mukta, you've been listening for a bit. Do you have any comment or question to raise, please? Looks like
not at this point.
Okay.
I just joined a little while ago, but I'm just listening. And
Thank
you.
I just want to say that I appreciate the mood of keeping things pure and to the point.
Thank you.
I have to say that I agree with that, but I also detect here some compromise. To what degree, it's not clear. But I think whenever there is a neglect of an order, Srila Prabhupada, first of all, you have an offense to the holy name. And secondly, you create a controversy. Just like now, there's a little controversy here because it's not clear, to what degree Srila Prabhupada's order or his instruction is actually being followed, or is it mixed up with something else? Again, you can have mixed devotional service. You can have mixed devotional service involved with fire yajna, with any kind of deity service. You can have, it's all mixed. This sounds like a little mixing to me. Okay? And I can't say for sure because I don't know all the actual details. For what I've heard so far, it just sounds like it's not the same standard as Srila Prabhupada gave in Bhaktivedanta Manor. It's not following the same exact standard.
It may not even have been known. Stoka Krishna Prabhu, you still have your hand raised. Did you have another comment or question, or are you done?
Sorry, I'm done. Just forgot
Yeah,
to
he's
take
done.
that one.
Okay, Dvija Gauranga Prabhu, thank you very much for coming. Did you have something that you wanted to say or ask, Prabhu? Thank you.
Nice to see you all. I just was going to say back in the 80s when we had weddings happening in the Toronto temple, and we were just the temple of brahmacharis at the time, we often got engaged in setting up chairs and are making all these arrangements for these weddings that were happening more and more. They were not members of the congregation. They were kind of extended people. And I can tell you that the mood, as Rupanuga Prabhu has said, that it brings in controversy. We were agitated to have to do that. There was a general disgruntlement about that. It was almost like almost to the point of like, we're just going to refuse to do it. And eventually they stopped doing it because it was just so disruptive, and it was always a huge mess in the place. Now I'm not speaking that this is in every case, and I can't say what the case is in with Shloka Krishna Prabhu. I'm not judging there, but I'm just saying from my experience, it was something wrong. I mean, we were engaged in devotional service, and all of a sudden there was this other thing coming in, and it was a real imposition. It was a real disturbance. It was unwanted.
Do you remember me doing any of the fire yajnas?
It's funny because they all kind of go into one blur of like I did.
Right.
It was not a happy time, and so
Mr. Karma was doing them, and then he asked me to take over that service. He trained me.
I do sort of recall that. Yeah.
Madhavi, you've been quiet. Any thoughts coming from you, Prabhu? Madhavi?
Sorry. Yeah, no, I think that's a very valid point about how it can create disturbances, controversy, and I think this is actually going on all over the movement. And I know it I know for a fact at Bhaktivedanta Manor that a lot of the devotees who get salaries also get government money for welfare, and so it's not all just totally innocent. We have to have something to live by, So yeah, I think there is a lot of controversy, and it's very uncomfortable. And
because these standards have been
to Prabhupada's strictness, I think.
These standards have been forgotten or not known, as Rupanuga.
Not known. There's a lot that's not known because the younger generations aren't being taught the way we were all taught.
And they may not want to be taught either.
And
exactly. That hits the nail on the head.
You're not their guru. You're not their guru, Jai Madhava. So what do you know?
Yeah, I don't know nothing. Thank you. You're correct. But Prabhupada knows. So if I just repeat what Prabhupada said and people attack me, that's tough luck,
It happened. It happened to you, right?
It happens to me all the time. I quote
Give an example. Give an example.
Veganism. We're not vegans. People are saying, I know we're supposed to take a himsa milk, but come on, I'm in Russia. Where's a himsa milk? Does this mean the devotees become vegan and we give up dairy products completely because it's so rare to find a himsa milk? No, we have to get what's available and offer it to Krishna with love and have the faith that the cow gets benefited and we get benefited and Krishna accept the offering. And when Prabhupada came to America, where was ahimsa milk? Nowhere. But I'm sure Prabhupada wasn't a vegan when he went shopping and bought milk for himself in the grocery stores in New York. He offered the milk and dairy products to Krishna.
Comment from you, Rupanuga Prabhu? Go ahead, please.
How does Krishna do without milk? I mean, how's Krishna going to do without his burfi? How's Krishna going to do without Simply Wonderfuls? How's Krishna going to do with all these different hundreds of products that are made from milk that were offered in the temples in Srila Prabhupada's time? So if you're talking about temple worship on a vegan level, that's nonsense. If you're talking about a Grihasta's home, he's doing vegan, he better be doing it for medical reasons. If it's for philosophical reasons, he's off. Because the vegans are not actually Vedic. What they say is that the cow was originally domesticated, lived in the forest, lived in the jungle, and human beings domesticated them. And they say this is false. The cows should go back into the forests, and the problem will be solved. See, it's not that they love cows.
they're trying to protect cows so much is they think that they've been artificially domesticated in the first place. That's the underlying philosophy. That's the underlying philosophy of it.
True.
And it's not just that they want to take ahimsa milk. And another thing Srila Prabhupada has mentioned, because he knew what this milk was coming from. He knew we couldn't close the slaughterhouses, and many of these cows are culled after a short period of time. So my answer to the vegans is, give the cow a break. Give the cow a break. Let her milk go to Krishna before she dies.
Jai.
Exactly. Before she's slaughtered. Give the cow a break. Just like when you take a rose or flower from a bush, or you pick a fruit from a tree, that tree gets benefited when that fruit is offered to Krishna. That tree gets a break. So give Mother Cow a break. It's not her fault if she's being tortured. Yeah.
I say basically the same thing to devotees on Facebook that are propping this veganism and ISKCON, and they start attacking me. And it's like, okay, I can't talk to these people. They just don't want to hear it.
The point is this. This kind of a mentality was not existent during Srila Prabhupada's time.
Yes, exactly.
And I can say also they did not exist for several years after 1977.
Exactly.
This veganism is a relatively new concept that has taken place amongst devotees in an inside and outside temple. But it has no philosophical basis whatsoever.
Right.
Go ahead.
I totally agree.
In addition to philosophically offering the milk to Krishna, Prabhupada states over and over and over again how it's necessary. He doesn't say important, he says necessary for the finer brain tissues to be nourished by cow's milk. And he specifically says cow's milk in order to understand transcendental knowledge.
Absolutely.
That's the essential point. That's the essential point.
The final tissues of the finer tissues of the brain are nurtured by milk. The finer tissues of the brain are destroyed by meat.
Yes.
The finer tissues of the brain of both boys and girls do not develop when they mix it up too early in life.
But also
Go ahead.
But also by not taking milk, these people are damaging their brains.
Yeah.
By abstaining from dairy products. Actually, you know what they do? They go as far as they even demonize milk and dairy products.
They do. They do.
It's outrageous. How can devotees even go near their philosophy and integrate it into ISKCON? It blows my mind. It's just like
they haven't been drinking milk.
Look, the reason for this is that leadership has let down their guard. They allow all kinds of parallel philosophies to enter into devotees' speculative minds when they should be purifying their minds. They're hearing, associating with, seeing videos, talking to people who philosophize on these issues, which during Srila Prabhupada's time were never considered. I don't believe Srila Prabhupada conceived of us closing those slaughterhouses, of closing the dairies in our lifetimes. It doesn't seem to be happening. We have to offer milk to Krishna. We have to. And ahimsa milk is extremely expensive also.
It's triple the price. It's triple the price.
And Srila Prabhupada knew, and he knew. He never made an issue out of making ahimsa milk. He did make an issue out of farm projects to demonstrate how mother cow should be treated. How mother cow and mother bull should not be cannibalized by human beings. He tried to point out what human civilization was by showing example. If we haven't formed enough farm projects to be able to feed the devotees ahimsa milk, well, that's our fault.
And I would like to make a point, and I'm not even making this up. I don't know the name of the temple, but I know for a fact that a while back, when one temple, they were so fanatical about this veganism had contaminated them, that they were doing fire sacrifices with vegetable oil. And I'm not making this up. I swear. Well, they were doing a fire sacrifices using vegetable oil bought from the store. It just blew my mind. What? Are you kidding me?
Does Lord Vishnu accept that offering, Rupanuga Prabhu, if vegetable oil is being used?
I'm not making this up.
No, I have a question.
I wish I was.
It's
Is
not,
that
listen, it's unofferable. It's unofferable. There's some temples who cook by vegetable oil for the mass of people on a Sunday,
Yeah.
and they cook ghee for the devotees and the deities. Now, what are they doing? That part of the offering they call is simply vegetarian restaurant. That's all. They want to, if temples don't want to offer to Krishna properly in the proper, if they want to offer to Krishna first, or if they want to offer Krishna a vegetable oil, it's not prasadam. So what are they doing? They're turning the temple into a vegetarian restaurant. Isn't
Wow.
it?
The last time I was in America, I actually asked devotees, why are you cooking the Sunday feast in vegetable oil? And I got two responses. One was, oh, it's too expensive to make ghee. Second excuse was, well, the Indians that give the money, they don't like ghee. And I was like, what? They want the feast cooked in coconut oil or something.
You have to from South India, they probably do.
Yeah, well, whatever. But the point, that was the two excuses I got, and I was just flabbergasted.
Well, let me ask you something, Rupanuga Prabhu. To conclude on what you just said, would it be correct to say if it's not ghee, it's not prasadam? Yes?
Go. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Look,
Wow.
look, it's either ghee or butter.
Yeah.
And there's nothing else. The only thing he said was that if you can't somehow or another procure or make ghee, you can use peanut oil. I heard it. I mean, he said there was a possibility if for some reason it was not available, you could use peanut oil. And we also know that Srila Prabhupada's sister cooked in mustard oil.
Yeah.
But you can't cook in mustard oil for the Sunday feast. And the point I'm making is, just if there's a good reason, what's the good reason that ghee cannot be used? What is the good reason? Is the temple too poor? Look, we depend on Krishna. If our motives are correct, if we're serving Srila Prabhupada according to his instructions and serving the deity according to his instructions, will we not be provided? Why is there a shortage of money to the effect that we can't offer Krishna his dairy products? Krishna was so fun in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. There's so many recipes given based on milk. And Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu relished it all. And the details on all those different things and the preparations are given in Shastra, for goodness sake. Are you going to say that that's not a himsa? What he shows, how are we going to get around that? Because we can't control it. If we could control it, the first thing we would do is close the slaughterhouses and liberate those cows. But we have no power to do that. So one time Srila Prabhupada made a mention that if something is offered to Krishna with faith and devotion, and there's some defect, just like on that plane, if there's nothing else, sometimes Srila Prabhupada would take the food cooked on a plane. He'd take the vegetarian thing, he would take it. And he made a remark that when this happens, and by Krishna, because of a certain arrangement, there's no other choice, Krishna takes care of the deficiency. So I believe that to conquer this fake veganism, which has crept into this movement, is a bona fide devotional service. One has to apply that kind of logic, that Krishna takes care of the fact that these cows are going to be slaughtered. And like I said, give the cows a break. And there's no answer for that. There's no answer for that. They want them to die in vain. They want those cows to die in vain simply because they're being slaughtered. That's not fair.
And there's another vegan argument that they make that the milk should go to the calf, but that's also not true. Our calf, he's almost as big as his mother, and he still drinks her milk every day. He has all he wants. So that's simply not true. And the dairy industry thinks that you have to take the cows away because you won't get the milk. We still get the milk, and we never take the calf away.
I have to remind you, the so-called beefer is a creation of the scientist. Okay, and what the cow, it's called a beefer, is all muscle, has a very small milk bag, very small, only for one calf. I mean, that's all it's for. It's only for that one calf that they can grow and kill again. See, so that milk, that beef cow is not created. It's not. I'll give you another example. When Srila Prabhupada was told by one sannyasi at a farm project, I can't remember, but I remember the dialogue. The sannyasi remarked to Srila Prabhupada, well, recently the fence came down and some of the neighbors' cows came onto our property, and now we're responsible for taking care of them. Srila Prabhupada said, they're not cows.
What?
He said, they're not cows. So look, next door to the temple, next door, there was a beef farm, and the beefers, you know what I mean by beefers, so the cows are raised for meat. They look different. They're like solid muscle. That's all. They're raised just to be muscle, right? So some of these cows broke through the fence. And the sannyasi told Srila Prabhupada, now we're responsible for taking care of them. And Srila Prabhupada simply said, they're not cows.
Wow.
What are they? They're creations of men. Men have a creative potency like the Supreme Lord has in small ways. They have created all kinds of vegetables. They've created cross between a plum and this and that. They've created pluots. They've created different kinds of vegetables and fruits that didn't exist in the past because they have a creative potency. But when they do that, they cannot create a cow. And what they've created is their own hybrid animal, which Srila Prabhupada said, we're not responsible in that case because they're not cows. They're man's creation, not God's creation. And we have to see a difference there.
Nice subtleties.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, we need to hear from you a lot more, Rupanuga. You have like a lot of archival, how do you pronounce it? Archival material that's got a lot of dust on it. You know, we had one godbrother that used to come into our disciple sangha, and he would ask, "Is anybody here drinking blood milk?" It was just very shocking. And
that's the way they talk.
I said, "Come on!" I said, "Prabhu, you know, you don't think that Prabhupada was buying commercial quote unquote blood milk back in the day?" He said, "Yeah, but that was then, and this is now." And I said, do you think that the slaughterhouses were not, you know, existing then? He said, yeah, but it's gotten a lot worse now. And
I have an answer for everything. They always have an answer.
Yeah,
what it is, underneath it all, is a compromise of some sort. It's a speculation of some sort, and it's a vacuum that's being filled. Instead of devotion, it's being filled by something else. It's intelligence that's being misused. It's poor fund of knowledge. It's all these different things.
It's because I'm not drinking enough milk. The brain tissues aren't, there's not enough.
You're not drinking enough prashadam milk. That's it.
There's an article today that Shrutikirti Prabhu posted, and it actually came from a 1957 BTG, and Stoka Krishna Prabhu has kindly provided it. And this is a 1957 post from Srila Prabhupada. In the Ayurvedic scriptures, oil is particularly mentioned to be harmful for the stomach. Quote, pure ghee, clarified butter offered on the fire of yagya produces more and more ghee, but non-acceptance of such sacrificial rites under the plea of non-productive economy drives away completely the production of ample pure ghee, yielding a place to the harmful hydrogenated vegetable oils. In the Ayurvedic scriptures, oil is particularly mentioned to be harmful for the stomach, but in the absence of sacrificial energy of the human being, he is forced to accept harmful vegetable oil for the stomach in the name of an absence of pure, unadulterated, clarified butter. That is the importance of the process of yagya, and that is the law of nature. Foolish people think vitamin value of foodstuff in their own way and push into the stomach all sorts of rubbish things, thinking that Vishwanara, heat, representative of the Supreme Lord, will accept any such rubbish thing.
That's all concoction. And let me give you another example. Srila Prabhupada said that everybody born has a taste for blood. These four elicit these 4 principles that we keep, they're automatically opposite in the birth. We have to be trained up. He said the reason people want the taste of blood, they can get the taste of blood when the blood of the cow is transformed into milk.
Right.
And when that milk is transformed into ghee, and they take preparations cooked by ghee, they will lose their taste gradually for the meat. So it's very important that people get a taste for ghee because
Yeah.
it replaces their taste for the blood and the meat. It's the whole thing is a bloodlust. That's all it is, because
Yeah.
that's what it means to be a conditioned soul. We have to be trained to give up these animal propensities and become human beings, especially in Kali Yuga. So the ghee being served as prashadam, and it only will be prashadam if there's ghee and butter in it. It's not going to be prashadam if it's got something else, because Krishna's not going, Srila Prabhupada's not going to accept it. Krishna's not going to accept it. So any temple that simply cooks vegetable oil is simply turning into a vegetarian restaurant. That's it.
But that's what's happening, Rupanuga Prabhu. I
Well,
can tell
whatever's
you
happening is
that.
happening. I'm just telling you that it's philosophically correct that I'm telling you this. If it's not prashadam, what is it? Prashadam means Krishna has taken it. What happens is the boga is offered all the way up the line. Nobody takes anything. They just pass it on up. And then Krishna partakes. And then he passes it down. Then Lord Chaitanya takes a remnant. Then it's passed on down. And Srila Prabhupada would take the remnant. And then he would give us the remnants of the whole thing. But Krishna was the one who got the first taste.
Right.
And he doesn't eat vegetable oil.
When I was cooking in the Sunday feast in Moscow, I even asked the authorities, I said, listen, I'll cook the Sunday feast, but I'm only going to use butter. I don't care if I have to pay for it. And I stuck by my thing. But what I've seen, and I don't want to hurt the devotees or upset them, but there has been a gravitation toward cooking in oil in Kiskan's temples. And then when you ask the authorities, well, we cook for the deities in ghee. Yeah, but why do you cook when you cook prashadam for the devotees, you're cooking for the deities,
Look,
and you cook mass quantity in oil?
look, it's not prashadam. You can't cook, you can't, listen, you cannot cook in ghee and offer to the deities, and then cook another feast of oil and offer to the public as prashadam. It's cheating. It's cheating.
I feel the same way, but it's like, when you try to tell this, the standards change so dramatically.
Look.
When you try to tell devotees this, they get upset.
Listen, I'm not telling you this because I want to see you go and preach the ISKCON and say change. I'm not telling you this. I'm simply telling you this because it's Srila Prabhupada's standard. That's
I
all.
understand.
Whether devotees want to follow it or not, I don't care. I don't like
understand.
But I'm saying we owe it to the public.
To tell the truth.
This preaching is aimed ultimately at the public. We owe it to the public if we say this is prashadam, that it's prashadam, not something else. If we're going to be a vegetarian restaurant, then put a sign out, vegetarian restaurant.
Right.
Or this part of the temple is a vegetarian, something, but be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Be honest. Srila Prabhupada told me in a letter, our men must be adored as honest. When he had the change up stopped, he wrote to me in a letter. I wrote him what the change up was. And I step by step, I didn't adulterate it. I simply described it according to I got from devotees who were using it.
Right.
And Srila Prabhupada wrote back, this must be stopped. Our men must be adored as honest.
Mm-hmm.
And when this letter was shown to Tripurari said, oh, Rupanuga is just Srila Prabhupada's Judas deer. He's just buttering him up. He's just trying to just. That was the way it was treated. Even then.
Wow.
That
was minimizing Prabhupada.
So what happened was the devotees were doing it. They didn't like doing it. One brahmacharini was getting money from the bank, a bunch of ones, and they'll change up. They give you, all I got is collected a bunch of ones. Can you take some of that? And then she was handing, is that okay? Is that okay? So one man said, these ones are from the bank. They're new crisp bills. And she was so embarrassed. caught cheating. But if the devotees didn't cheat, they were criticized by other devotees for not being serious, not being good book distributors or whatever. But I'll tell you this, the next day after I got that letter, the devotees went back out on Harinam, and the book distribution, and the airports, 2 airports in DC, Dulles and the other downtown. They did better than ever, or they at least kept their same standard of collection. Nothing came down, nothing changed. They were so happy not to be cheating.
I'm so sorry that I was exposed to that. It wasn't my fault.
What's that?
I was a book distributor for many years as a brahmachari, and they trained me up in this whole thing that you're talking about. And I'm so sorry that I participated in it in hindsight. But I was not doing it. I was an innocent victim of the circumstances.
Correct. That's correct. But
I'm very sorry about that. Really, seriously.
But when you see, when I got it corrected, that was the point.
Yeah.
To get it corrected. Then you were excused because the brahmacharis doing what they were told to do by the sannyasis. But okay, that's a different thing. But I was telling the sannyasis what to do because Srila Prabhupada told me what to tell them what to do. Right. Okay. When I was telling this to Tripurari or whatever he found out about my letter, it was coming from me. It was coming from Srila Prabhupada. And they don't like transparent medium. See, because when they want to change something, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it through anybody.
They shoot the messenger.
Yeah. And that was a very big point because you know what? We were having so much trouble with the public and the police. Yeah. And there was so much trouble going on in the airports. Finally, everybody got kicked out. Why? Because people went to court.
Wow.
People went to court about being acousted in the airport and I don't know the details anymore. It's been so long, but I'm saying we got out of the airport. Those airports were very important, especially in Washington, where people came from all over the planet to visit Washington, D.C. Businessmen, Russians, you name everybody from all different countries came through Dulles Airport. It was a big international airport. Very important book distribution. It went all over the planet.
I could never do the change up. I saw how the other devotees did it, and because they got so much more Lakshmi, they could distribute so many more books, but I just didn't have it in me. Well, I got a lot of change, give me your big bill and then hey, well, actually, most people are giving 50 today or 100. I could not do it. I just want to finish reading what Stoka Krishna shared from what Prabhupada has given regarding the ghee issue. The case is different, Prabhupada says. The Vaishwanara representative, power of Godhead in the stomach of a human being, can accept only leaves, flour, fruits of the vegetable group, and pure water and milk for vitaminizing the human energy. It's a very interesting word that Prabhupada made here, vitaminizing the human energy. The mouth being the entrance door to the region of the stomach, it must guard the tongue of every human being to acquire the quality of a Brahmin. Very nicely put. Must guard the tongue of every human being to acquire the quality of a Brahmin who can accept only foodstuff of sattvic quality. Description of sattvic quality foodstuff is mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, and that also of the Brahmin of the Brahmin, in fact, from Back to God magazine, May 20th, 1956, in an article by Srila Prabhupada.
So I think the most important thing here is come out of all this discussion is that Srila Prabhupada has given us adequate instructions and orders about all these things, including what we offer to Krishna. Mm-hmm. Once we decide to try something else, once we decide to adjust things according to what we consider time and circumstance, we simply create offenses and we create controversy. That's why ISKCON is swimming in a sea of controversies. As soon as you really go into anything, you're going to find so many adjustments have been made, so many compromises have been made that are not in line with Srila Prabhupada's instructions, which are very clear. I was saving a time to read one letter he sent, and I won't do it this evening, but when the time comes up, one letter he sent to a householder explaining what the level of householders' kitchen seva was. And it was actually pretty much identical to the standards in the temple.
Wow.
And I'll next time, then maybe next time, or another time it's appropriate, I'll read this letter. It was written in it was written to a devotee in Canada, I think named Anuradha, and it explained to him exactly how the householder should be governing the kitchen seva, and how, he gave instructions, pretty clear instructions. And I want to read that because I'm curious as to see how many devotees are really following that. I mean, it's not that complicated. I do it here, and I've set example before. I try to get others to do it, and there's always some reason why they can't do it. Like there's always some reason why they have to put boga in the same refrigerator, or prasadam, leftover offered prasadam in the same refrigerator with boga. There's always an excuse for that. But Srila Prabhupada said, no, you can't do that. You have to have a refrigerator, say however small or however big, it has to be outside the kitchen where you put in your prasadam already offered or leftovers or whatever in that refrigerator, but not back in the boga refrigerator. That's the same standards in the temple.
I have a question here on behalf of Stoka Krishna, and I was wondering the same thing. Say, for instance, I guess there's different circumstances, but if you want to make a salad at home or make a salad in the temple, he's asking, may I ask if extra virgin olive oil is also unacceptable? Because you don't put ghee on a salad, right?
Well, ghee's for cooking.
Right. But what about if you make a salad? Cucumbers, avocados?
What's wrong with that?
Can you use olive oil? Because you were saying if it's not ghee, it's not prasadam.
I don't know about olive oil. If you consider it vegetable oil or not.
Yeah, it's a vegetable. Yeah.
Okay, but it's certainly not in the standard of the vegetable oil people buy in stores as vegetable oil. It's not olive oil. Olive oil is a completely separate thing. And I really don't have any answer for whether Srila Prabhupada ever took olive oil or whether he ever approved it for any reason. I don't know.
I can ask Nanda Kumar. I can ask Shruta Kirti.
Yeah, you can ask some persons who have more experience with that.
Right.
Some cooks, or people have written books. And I don't remember whether olive oil was permitted on salads or not.
Uh-huh. Okay.
But salad's not cooked. I mean, putting on ghee is for cooking.
Right. That's my point. But if you want to make a salad, nobody puts ghee on a salad. They put olive oil or almond oil or sunflower oil. They'll use those oils, which are coming from seeds. Or maybe that's a detail. But yeah, it's really great to be able to touch on these topics, which a lot of people don't have clarity on anymore.
Or they think it's just finding fault. But my point is, you can't find fault with Srila Prabhupada. If he gives an instruction, there's no fault. If you don't apply it, there's a fault. There's no fault in the instruction.
Right.
There's no impossibility in the instruction. And like he gives it, if you give a reason, like I said before about peanut oil, he said that. But that's what he said. He didn't say vegetable oil. He didn't say olive oil. He didn't say anything. He just said peanut oil.
He said if ghee is not available, he made a concession.
For some reason, you can't. I mean, look, when they were in Moscow, they could hardly get anything. Okay, so I don't know what the circumstance would be, but he said if there's no way to acquire butter to make ghee, then you can offer, meaning you can turn something into prasadam. You can turn some boga into prasadam, cooking it in peanut oil. But it's not to be practiced in all the temples. I don't have any experience of that happening.
Right. I think in India they call it ground nut oil. Peanut oil is ground nut oil.
Whatever.
But it's not meant to become the new standard.
Well, he never intended it as a standard.
Right.
It was an exception, but he never went into. I don't know of any detail about that. Under what circumstances? But it's pretty obvious. If there's nothing, if you can't obtain any butter, you're in a pretty bad situation.
Yeah. No, I know in our Montreal temple we used canola oil for for quite a long time. And I remember I would go up at the Sunday feast announcement and I'd say, Lord Krishna is not the canola oil thief. He's a butter thief. He's not a thief of canola oil. And canola oil is rapeseed, canola, Canadian oil, rapeseed. And that's one of the most genetically modified oils on the market.
It's one of the most oils recommended to be avoided by
Right.
nutritionists.
Uh-huh. It's used to oil ship engines, ship parts. Yeah.
The question is always arising: why is there no money for butter? See, that's the real question. The real question is not we don't have it. What the question is: why is there no money for butter?
How about compromise has been made so far back that we're reaping the results of that constantly?
The compromise has become normalized. It's the new
I
standard.
call the word a different word. I call it secularized.
Secularized.
I'd like to make a comment about butter because none of you live in Russia. Previous to the sanctions against Russia, imported butter could come in that was 100% butter. But since those sanctions are on Russia, the only butter that they sell here, which is made locally, is 72% or 82%. And it's impossible to get something at a higher standard. That's all we have to work with.
What's the rest of it?
Some type of vegetable oil, vegetarian vegetable. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is here. I don't know why that's been going on, but it's been going on forever here.
I'll tell you another example. When I was at Srila Prabhupada in Bombay, we stayed overnight at a large apartment owned by a life member. And we had milk in the evening. And I was sitting next to Srila Prabhupada at the table with the host, and milk was brought to us that was offered to his deities. And I drank, and I was in shock. It was water milk.
What?
Water in the milk.
Oh,
and Srila Prabhupada was sitting next to me drinking it without saying a word. He didn't say a word. He didn't. I didn't jump or anything, but I just was shocked that I thought, I had water in this milk, but I didn't say anything. But I realized that here's a wealthy man. He cannot afford real milk. Or for some reason, it's not available.
Yeah, right.
It was offered to Srila Prabhupada, and he took it.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm saying this under certain circumstances, like you're giving now.
It is. I could actually show it to you. Hold on for a second.
I'm sorry, I have to step out for just a second. If you could just do a recap on that. Srila Prabhupada was received by some gentleman who didn't have the money for.
I don't look. I think he had the money, I don't see but it wasn't available for some reason. He put water in the milk.
Okay.
So I mean, I'm not sure why, but
Right.
certainly he was not a poor man.
Right.
And I'll give you
time, place, circumstance. Time, place, circumstance.
Ran into the kitchen just to show you actually what I'm talking about. Here's a typical butter that you buy in Russia. If you can see, it says
82.5%.
Yeah, this is Russian butter. We don't get imported butter anymore because of the sanctions against Russia. But this is the best you can get. I swear. And what can you do?
Right.
You know, anywhere in Russia, this is the way it is. They even have a standard 72%, but this is the highest, 82.
What do you think, Rupanuga, with the way the world is going so crazy right now, in food supplies being cut off? If someone's going to be stocking up with a few things because we don't know where prices are going, I would think maybe ghee is one important item to be stocked on. Yes,
absolutely, because ghee doesn't have to be refrigerated.
Right.
Ghee, and there's blackstrap molasses. There's honey. There's coconut oil. Even coconut oil can be used for cooking. It has to be. Yeah. So there, stocking up means really to try to stock up on things that don't require refrigeration.
Right. Essentials. Jivan Mukta, any comments from you after listening?
Well, the only thing was that comment about certain offerings not being prasadam if they're not cooked in ghee. I mean, if you're talking about cooked prasadam, I could understand that, but there's all types of prasadam that doesn't require cooking and doesn't require ghee. And that could be as simple as Prabhupada, cutting an apple and giving it out as prasadam.
Of course.
So, if you're cooking, if that is prasadam, if a, raw vegetable or raw fruit could be offered, and
that has nothing to do with ghee. And in fact, according to standards, nothing is really considered cooked unless it's healthy. You can steam vegetables without using any ghee. You can just use butter or even nothing.
Exactly. Well, that's my point, is that there's many preparations that could be made in ISKCON or in temples, in restaurants that don't require ghee. And it's still prasadam. I mean,
of course,
say that it's not prasadam is really radical.
Of course, but you're trying to make exceptions. I'm said before that when you cook something and something that's not ghee, if you cook it in vegetable, it's not acceptable.
It's not of the highest standard, that's for sure.
It's not a question of highest standard. It's a question of turning boga into prasadam. So you can't turn boga that's cooked in oil into prasadam because it's not acceptable by the Supreme Lord.
Okay.
Just like Srila Prabhupada said in Mayapur 1976, he said, we don't eat chocolate because Krishna doesn't eat chocolate. And so the transcriber transcribed, because Srila Prabhupada said chocolate. He didn't say chocolate, he said chocolate. And so the transcriber transcribed it into chopped cutlets. So Srila Prabhupada is going to talk in Mayapur about Krishna doesn't eat chopped cutlets, whatever they are. He was saying Krishna won't eat, he won't accept chocolate, therefore we don't eat it because he doesn't accept it. So if Krishna doesn't accept vegetable oil, because we know he doesn't, then are we okay to offer something with vegetable oil? So my point was, if you're going to cook, if you're going to call it cooked means with ghee. If you're going to call it cooked, and there's also steamed. That's not called cooked. Steamed vegetables are not considered cooked. Cooked means using ghee. If you're going to cook something in something other than ghee and offer it, it's not acceptable. It cannot become prasadam because that's not how you do it. We know how to make prasadam from Srila Prabhupada's guidance, not from a cookbook. We know what prasadam is. It has to be turned into boga, has to be turned into prasadam by a process of devotion that's explained to us by Srila Prabhupada in simple detail. So you can make all the exceptions that you like. All I'm saying is that anything cooked in vegetable oil is not offerable. And if it's not offerable, it can't become prasadam. And if it's not prasadam, then when it's distributed to people as prasadam, it is cheating, cheating the public.
Wow! For years we've been eating boga. If we're making pakoras cooked in canola oil or sunflower.
Absolutely.
Wow.
I mean, look, is it the truth or not?
You're definitely going to ruffle a few feathers saying this.
You know what? I don't care.
He doesn't care.
I understand. No, I'm also for the ghee standard, but my anxiety has been that it's flipped over to compromise, and they've accepted compromise as the standard.
I've got a list of papers I stapled together about a quarter of an inch thick about what Srila Prabhupada says about compromise.
Yeah, I understand.
And I could assure you that he won't accept this excuse. And he doesn't. And I can also assure you that Krishna doesn't accept, and Lord Chaitanya doesn't accept. So the fact that someone says it's okay doesn't make it okay. Or the fact that someone's been eating it for years doesn't make it right. If we can compromise the whole Hare Krishna movement away. It's already been compromised enough by ISKCON officially, but we don't have to contribute to that. Because you introduced this evening meeting as from the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. I didn't say anything, but I don't represent ISKCON.
No, you represent the real ISKCON.
I don't. I'm simply representing Srila Prabhupada. I don't care who else is represented here. I just represent Srila Prabhupada. I don't care if people don't accept it. I don't care if people don't like me because they think I'm criticizing them. I'm not criticizing. If they criticize what I say, they're just criticizing Srila Prabhupada. I'm just repeating what he said. What can I do?
No, I get the point, Rupanuga Prabhu. I agree 100%.
But I think we have to be a little. I mean, I know a lot of people. My granddaughter, for example, actually a couple of my grandkids cannot consume milk.
Okay, there's a medical
That's
reason.
an exception.
There's a
That's a
medical
reasonable
reason.
Health
So
reason.
That's a reasonable excuse.
Okay, but let me. I just.
Can you come on?
Why do you bring up such a thing? Why? Because look,
because
he knows
it is
what
very Prabhu. Could you let me finish? With
Okay,
all due
good.
respect.
Okay.
Can you come on the screen, Jiva Mukta? Can you come?
Prabhu, could you just let me finish what I want to say? I mean, I'm being talked over. I just want to.
We're listening. We're listening.
Okay, so it is very, very obvious in society these days that that a lot, like a major portion of society has serious problems with milk. Serious problems with milk.
Lactose intolerance.
Yeah, that is something very prevalent. Now, where it came from, why it's so prevalent these days, I don't know. Because I know when I was a kid, I don't remember anyone being lactose intolerant.
Right.
Okay, so the devotees, in all fairness, I'm just trying to present, a different perspective, is that when you go to a temple, I go to the Toronto Temple, restaurant, and they've got prasadam cooked in ghee and prasadam that is cooked, that's vegan. Why? Because being in downtown Toronto, not only do you have people that are, vegans just because it's like a fad, possibly, but there are a lot of people that would otherwise not take any prasadam because of their condition. And it's not just a few people here and there. It's something that is prevalent in a large way in society. So, I look at those devotees and saying, hey, they made some adjustments because of what's going on in society. It's not that they're compromising. There very well may be some instances, and there may be situations where it's a compromise. And the devotees have fallen prey to this kind of, unfortunate perspective. But lactose intolerance is a major medical condition in society. It is not just a few people.
I wasn't trying to talk over you, Jiva Mukta. I was just asking if it was possible for you to come on the screen because you're just a black box. But if you can't come on the screen, I understand.
There we go. Sorry about that.
And I would say that this lactose deficiency is a product on purpose. There's a lot of things being perpetrated on the public that are not good for them because the Rakshasas are in control. And it goes all the way down to the food industry. It goes everywhere. So it's unfortunate. But I don't believe that the lactose intolerance is quite as big as you say. There may be people, and it's in one sense it's karmic. In another sense, it's innocence. But at the same time, we can offer things to Krishna that are not cooked in ghee. And I still cannot, I cannot compromise that point about offering in vegetable oil, because that's not we cannot adjust everything to meet the public. Even if there's some medical thing, that's not our fault. It's not our fault that cows are being slaughtered. It's not our fault that people are eating all kinds of nonsense and taking allopathic medicine that's not good for them. It has so many side effects. It's practically worse than the disease they take it for. We can't be responsible for that. We can't be responsible that people have developed certain allergies in modern society for who knows what reason or why. We can't adjust everything to meet that. So whatever you're saying is certainly legitimate, but that doesn't mean that we can set aside our standard that Srila Prabhupada gave us. We can't change we cannot change our standards because the society's standards are getting lower and lower and lower.
I totally agree with you, Prabhu. Totally agree with you.
So,
and you know, the other thing is that even if you are a vegan and you are you know, doing it for health reasons, and vegetable oil is horrific from a health standpoint. I mean,
absolutely.
You know, it's not as if it's you know, if you're looking to replace ghee with vegetable oil, I mean, you need to check, you know.
You know what? I would suggest that if it's that prevalent in some place, that some prasadam be offered with something else. For example, Srila Prabhupada gave the example about peanut oil. Here we have a case where butter or ghee is apparently bad for somebody's health, to the point they can't take it. There's an allergy here. So for those people, it could be that prasadam offer could be done with peanut oil, because Srila Prabhupada said that was okay if, like in this case, ghee is not available. It's not available for those people.
Right.
So some kind of adjustment can be made, but without compromise. But cooking in canola oil is like, you know, any nutritionist will tell you that's not.
It's poison.
It's poison. All these other vegetable oils are not. Just like years ago, margarine became popular because butter was supposed to be not so good for you. It's fattening or so many other things. And so margarine started being very much pushed by the public and by government, so on and so on. Then just a few years ago, they started saying, take butter, take as much butter as you like. It's okay, back to butter, it's okay. So meanwhile, people have been weaned on margarine, which is made from all kinds of vegetable oils. So these things are perpetrated by, you know, whoever makes the most money, you know, for whatever reason, political or otherwise. So for those people, out of compassion, if there's so many of them, you could simply advertise. Those of you who cannot take ghee or butter are welcome. We have special preparations for you. Why not?
I think, Prabhu, from the strongest point that you made for me, anyway, was the fact that give the cows a break. You know, like, yes, they're going to be slaughtered. Unfortunately, that's the reality. I mean, we haven't been able to prevent that. But how much more tragic is that the fruits of their labor, the fruit of their life, that they're unable to, you know, engage in devotional service and have it offered to Lord Krishna. And that is, aside from everything else, is ultimately the most, you know, significant point.
What bothers me the most is to think that these cows die in vain.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, you know, the way I see it is, I remember everyone cooks in different ways, and sometimes the blame is the ghee, but it's not really the ghee. Some people use way too much when they cook, and it's just floating in ghee, which is awful. I mean, you're going to die of a heart attack. and then if you know how to use ghee properly, you know, you use it so that the flavor is there, but it's not going to be, it's not going to get you obese or something, because that's another problem that I've seen, with how some devotees in some temples cook. But that's not an issue of ghee or no ghee. That's just a question of how you use the ghee, how much you use.
I knew a devotee who was a very good cook, and everybody nicknamed him Geepity. They called him Geepity. I think his name was Gopati or something.
Gopati,
Gopati.
amazing
Yeah, it's
cook.
Gopati from Chicago. Yeah.
The good
Yeah, I
cook,
know.
but everybody called him Geepity.
Yeah.
So the joke was, well, anybody could be a cook if you good cook if you use enough ghee. It's So you agree with me that actually the real issue is a medical thing, and we can get around that. And the other thing is we shouldn't think ahimsa only as being virtuous or allowable for offering, because the cows shouldn't die in vain. We should give them a chance. I'll give you another example. There was one devotee in the storefront whose father was a butcher.
Oh,
And this father, he used to bring a case of butter into the temple.
wow.
A case of butter, and deliver it for us to cook.
Wonderful.
So he was a butcher,
Yeah.
and he made a contribution on a regular basis. I remember that.
How fortunate that man is.
Yes. So just see, there's ways that Krishna gets around it.
Mm-hmm.
There's ways we can get around things.
We've used, when you can't use ghee, I've always used olive oil for cooking as well, and found that it's been really good. And it's, especially my family comes from Italy, so I've always been raised with olive oil in cooking and in salads and everything else, and it is known to be very, very healthy. Not that it's a replacement for ghee. I certainly I'm not presenting it in that respect, but it is an alternative.
Yes, okay. But you're not cooking for temple deities with olive oil.
No.
So that's standard for temples. I mean, that standard is set by Srila Prabhupada, and we have to follow it. If we do it at home, we have to make adjustments for some reason. That's a whole other thing. But we're talking about temple standards. And when I read to you the letter he sent about how householders should manage the kitchen, and the letter intended for householders, you'll see, that there's a standard for householders also. Now, ghee is not. I don't think ghee is mentioned in that letter, but other kinds of cleanliness rules or regulations are mentioned to keep cleanliness, because he always considered the kitchen as part of the temple, and so the householder thinks the same way. His kitchen has to be maintained as part of his ashram.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very interested, Rupanuga Prabhu. I'd like to do a whole session. You said you have what? How many pages just on compromise?
Yeah, I have a whole staple bunch of papers. I say, it's just pretty thick on Srila statements about compromise.
And of course, you'd probably have your own insights on what you've observed in ISKCON over the last 50 years.
Well, look, I'll tell you, I'm getting past the point where finding so many discrepancies in the performance of ISKCON as a society. I've come to the point where I differentiate between ISKCON and the Hare Krishna movement. It's become so distant, so far away. I give the analogy of a straight line, say a straight perpendicular line, just straight up and down like my arm, you see. And if you have at the bottom here another line that's only 1 degree different, but it's right next to it, 1 degree. As this line progresses up, the angle remains the same, but the distance gets greater and greater and greater.
Wow.
That's what I say is happening. There's a line here in the middle, that's Srila Prabhupada's standards, and then there's down here, this happened after he left, that's to start another line that's only 1 degree. 1 degree. But that same degree stays as the line gets further and further and further away. It's the same degree. And I believe that's what's happened. I make a distinction between those two lines, especially over the years, they become further and further apart. And in 1989, 1988, I resigned the GBC because I felt the GBC was on that line, going off. I wouldn't go any further. I didn't want the karma I saw. I left. And actually, at that time, I left being a temple president. I left being a GBC. I was a temple president for four different times. I was a GBC for 18 years from the very beginning. And I left for that reason. For the reason that there was a departure from what I understood Srila Prabhupada's standards were. There was too much compromise. There was too much adjustments. There was too much forgetfulness. There was too much lack of passing on the information. Devotees didn't know. They had no way of knowing because they weren't trained in it. They weren't taught about it, and they weren't receiving the information. It wasn't being passed down.
So let's try to capture all of that while we can.
Well, I mean, for what? The real point about this, the ultimate goal of ISKCON and the Hare Krishna movement, and ISKCON as a part of it, was to preach to the people, to share with people what we learned from Srila Prabhupada. That's what it is. And that's the real goal, is to preach to the people. Somehow or another, we don't want to give the people compromised ideas. We want to give the people what we learned from Srila Prabhupada. We don't want to water it down. We don't want to water Srila Prabhupada's standards down to meet the prevailing standards of the material world. But we have to preach. We've got to figure out a way to get Srila Prabhupada direct to people without changing anything. See, nobody needs to go through anybody else to reach Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada Vani is acceptable for anyone. Anyone who actually chants 16 rounds, follows the four Gita principles, can consider themselves a Shiksha disciple of Srila Prabhupada if they accept him as the highest spiritual authority. That has nothing to do with ISKCON. It has to do with Srila Prabhupada, who's the world Acharya. Do you think there's people all over the world are going to all become members of ISKCON? It's not going to work. So they have to know how to do it, how to be devotees at their home, in their houses. And that's perfection at home, which Srila Prabhupada also preached. So where are we going to go from here as Srila Prabhupada's disciples and followers? We've got to have a program. We've got to be able to give Srila Prabhupada as he is to people when we preach. We can't preach. It's okay to cook whatever you want, however you like. We have to tell them, what an offering is. What the Maha Mantra is. It's not Ramo or Krishno. It's Rama and Krishna. Right now, there's so many Ramos.
It's true. It's true.
People, we never chanted Ramo. And I've even heard Krishno. This has become a standard by big preachers singing, and this has all been since Srila Prabhupada disappeared. Srila Prabhupada Vapu. But Srila Prabhupada Vani didn't go anywhere. Srila Prabhupada Vani is Srila Prabhupada. All the energy, all the power, all the transcendental nature that Srila Prabhupada had went from Vapu to Vani completely. He never went anywhere. So what's the problem? Because we don't have him physically in front of us for 10 years? He always said, I'm not going to be here that long. My physical presence is not important at all. It's the instructions. And he also said, spiritual mastery is not a particular person. It's a truth. It's a truth. And Srila Prabhupada's truth of us has been preserved in his books, in his letters, in his lectures. The fact that his physical being is no longer in front of us shouldn't make such a big difference. But what happened was, when Srila Prabhupada disappeared, the GBC's duty was to guide the devotees to make the transition from depending on Vapu and Vani to Vani alone. And instead, they created a bunch of more Vapus. You see, if the transition had been made, and even in the Catholic Church, they used, when I was a boy at least, they used to wear black armbands. You ever saw a person with a black armband, you knew they were mourning for a year for the death of a close relative. There was no mourning period. There was just grief. And then all of a sudden, a whole new world.
11 Mahabhagavats overnight.
The normal was gone. It was something like this preaching now. Oh, things are never going to be normal again. You might as well get used to it. Well, after Srila Prabhupada disappeared, that's what happened. Everything became different. A new normal came upon this country. Am I right or wrong?
Yes.
100% right. That's exactly what happened.
Okay, so this is not being critical. I'm simply describing what happened. This is simply history. And if we don't learn the lessons of history, then we're doomed to repeat it. And that's what happened to ISKCON. They repeated the same mistake the Gaudiya Matha made. What was that? They neglected their Guru Maharaj's orders. And Srila Prabhupada said the whole thing was lost. He said, I have practical experience of a great institution being lost by the whimsical behavior of persons, of disciples or followers who simply manufactured something and everything was lost. He said that in 74 or 72. And he was talking about 36. That was lost then. So what's going on? If the spiritual master's orders neglect, he told me in the letter, my Guru Maharaj left sooner. Otherwise, he would have stayed. But he was disgusted that they were more arguing over those sticks and stones. He said
that was a letter. Wasn't that a letter he wrote to you, Prabhu?
Correct. And he said, but he left early. He would have stayed longer. Do you know how old Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur was when he disappeared?
60.
I think he in his 50s.
He was 62. I'm 82. 62. I'm 82, and I'm still kicking.
Yeah, keep kicking.
I'm still. He was 62 years old.
Yeah.
It's my
That's young.
Had he stayed, but he just didn't want to be around the neophytes anymore because they couldn't get off the Kanishta platform. They wouldn't come out of India to the rest of the world, which is what his mission was. It took Srila Prabhupada one disciple to take it up, to bring it out, to liberate all that knowledge from the Indian subcontinent. But he was trained up all his disciples to do that. That's what he wanted.
So, Prabhu, if I can ask a question, and you may have answered it before, but please indulge me. I agree with your assessment that Prabhupada is available to everyone. In fact, is absolutely essential that everyone, accept Srila Prabhupada in that way. But Prabhupada does state in his books how one has to accept a spiritual master, and he gives specifically Diksha, that he should be taking Diksha. Now, do you consider Diksha to be, how do you define Diksha? Is it pivotal in someone's advancement, or would Prabhupada's Shiksha be sufficient? Is that all that one needs?
Okay, that's a big subject. But Srila Prabhupada, in the beginning, the first volume of Chaitanya Charitamrita, he says that Shiksha and Diksha gurus are identical. The difference is in their function, in their functioning. But they're both identical. Guru is one. So accepting Srila Prabhupada as Shiksha Guru is as good as accepting him as Diksha Guru if you follow his instructions for being a disciple. I mentioned earlier, if you chant 16 rounds a day and you follow 4 regular principles and you accept Srila Prabhupada as your highest spiritual authority, then you are accepting him as your Shiksha Guru. We accepted Srila Prabhupada for 6 months, at least as Shiksha Guru, before we accepted his Diksha Guru. He told us we had to do 16 rounds for 6 months. We had to follow the 4 regular principles. But of course, in the beginning, it was 2 weeks, but that was to get started. But later on, he gave the principles about waiting like that. So your question is, it's all a question of education. The education has to be there. If the devotees are educated as to Srila Prabhupada's personality, his potency, his mission, everything about him. It's clearly understanding that people can accept him as the spiritual. If you can't find a spiritual master, and remember this, nobody is a Tamadakari. Everybody's Madhyam. There's no, I don't know, I never heard of anybody Uttamadakari besides Srila Prabhupada since I met Srila Prabhupada. He never pointed out another Uttamadakari. And he never left one behind. But he left a bunch of Madhyamadakaris with the responsibility of carrying on the parampara without changing anything. That's the real issue. Accepting Srila Prabhupada. That's the real issue, because when we don't change anything, we're really accepting Srila Prabhupada. You see, that's what it's all about. If you want to get to Krishna, you've got to accept Srila Prabhupada. I don't care who you are or where you are. There's no way to get to Krishna without Srila Prabhupada. It's like saying to have Christianity without Christ. I mean, this is a good example. You can't be a Christian without Christ, and you can't be Krishna conscious without Srila Prabhupada. It's simple.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree?
I totally agree with you.
Okay, so he's the founder acharya. Like Madhvacharya was a founder acharya, like Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur was a founder acharya. Srila Prabhupada was a founder acharya for the whole planet. And it's not that he simply represented the whole parampara, and they all invested him with that task and gave him the power. In fact, he says in one conversation, if I had the power, I would have killed these demons, but I didn't have the power. They didn't give him that power. They gave him another power. They gave him Lord Chaitanya's power of creating faith in the faithless, of just turning lechas and yavans into devotees. So it all boils down, really, to understanding just who Srila Prabhupada is and what his message is and what the mission is. And that's all a matter of education.
Where did Prabhupada say that he would kill the demons if he was given the power?
I have a quote. I don't have it in front of me, but I was just looking at it yesterday. I had a whole
That's so
bunch of
amazing. That's so amazing because most gurus, are they have this kind of contrived passivity, passive nature to them. Srila Prabhupada was so different.
Oh, he was a warrior. Srila Prabhupada was a warrior.
So amazing.
He was a lion preacher. He was a lion preacher. And he said that. He said, if they knew what I was thinking, they would kill me.
Yes, that's a fact.
I mean, I can read to you so many quotes, but this is not the forum for that. We're supposed to be discussing punishment here.
After 9 p.m. and go in any direction you want to take it. I wanted to say that the first time I read teachings of Lord Chaitanya, Prabhupada was saying we can use anything in Krishna's service. Typewriters, tape recorders, missiles. I thought, missiles? How do you use missiles in Krishna's? Because I had that pacifist conception that
he said that day will come. He said we must take the politics. We must lead the people, because the fight must be between devotees and demons. Otherwise, there's no conclusion. When demons fight demons, just like World War I, World War II, there's no conclusion, just another war. And Srila Prabhupada told one devotee, his father was fighting for religious principles when he fought in the U.S. Army against Japan, because Japan attacked, and it's a Vedic principle to it. You can attack, you can respond when someone attacks you. You can attack them.
Self-defense.
Self-defense. That's a Vedic injunction. So in that sense, that part, he said, your father was fighting a religious war. But that's not even the case anymore. It's more than just a question of political war.
Mm-hmm.
And you can geopolitics. If you simply look at everything from geopolitics, then you can say, well, Putin's right. Kennedy said, get those missiles out of Cuba, or there's going to be war. Too close to America. Get out of here. So right now, Russia is surrounded on every corner by NATO countries that can have missiles installed in their countries just as part of being NATO. So he's got reasoning behind it, but it's all it's all karma. It's all karma, because all that's really happening is the delivery system. These people are just delivery systems for the karma. People have got coming for centuries of slaughterhouses. I call them killing fields all over the planet. It made the subcontinent of India pale by comparison when Lord Buddha came to stop the cow killing. This time, the slaughterhouses are all over the planet.
Yeah.
He taught ahimsa. And ahimsa had nothing to do with other humans. It had to do with just cows. Ahimsa had to do with compassion for the cows. That's his main reason for coming. They make a philosophy out of things, but his main reason was ahimsa. But now the slaughterhouses that existed in the Indian subcontinent are now all over the planet, everywhere. And not only for cows, for chickens. Some 4 or 5 billion chickens are killed every year. And what about the hogs?
Over 100 billion animals every year that are slaughtered.
In fact, when I was living in Washington, D.C. in the Grihastha ashram, across the back of a restaurant was across the street. On the other side of the street, there were a line of regular businesses and so on. The back side of that was facing me, and I lived on the other side of the street. So one day, I'm out there doing japa early in the morning. It's about sunrise, and I see a truck pull up, and the driver gets out, and he has these big boxes. He's taking it to the back door of the restaurant. And each box said big letters about 6 feet, really top lip, big, could have missed horse meat.
Oh,
Wow.
Horse meat. And this was one of the top restaurants in the area where many government workers went for lunch and breakfast and so on, dinner.
Oh,
And they were serving people horse meat.
wow.
Oh God.
This is what's going on.
Yeah.
And that was 1970.
That's a long time.
That was 1983, maybe.
And in the Chinese restaurants, it's dog meat.
Chinese eat anything, which means they're in the mode of ignorance. Because when you're in the mode of ignorance, you eat anything.
I wanted to go back for a second. You made an interesting point. I'm trying to get clarity. You were saying if someone's following 16 rounds and chanting the four right principles, they can become the Shiksha disciple of Srila Prabhupada. So our godbrother Yashodanandan Prabhu recently initiated 12 devotees, and I'm trying to understand my relationship with them. Are they my new godbrothers and godsisters? Is that what they've become? Because
They claim that because they're being initiated to Srila Prabhupada, which makes them your godbrothers and sisters. And that means that what happened to you back in 1973 or whatever it was,
76.
they're your godbrothers and sisters. Does that make sense? Does it make sense? That's a 23-year-old, I'm 82. If somebody got initiated when I was 16, say they're 21 years old, he's my godbrother?
I'd like to tell a story. Many years ago in Vrindavan, Prabhupada disciples were there for Prabhupada's either appearance day or disappearance day. And after the program in Vrindavan, Prabhupada disciples sat together to take prasadam, and Guru Kripa, our godbrother, was at the door managing Prabhupada disciples coming in. So these two guys came to the door, and they were like 18 and 19, and they were ready to sit with Prabhupada's disciples, and they said, "Well, we're your godbrothers," and they were like, which is impossible because they were like 18 and 19, and in the year 2000 something. And I'm not gonna say exactly what Guru Kripa said, but he basically said, "Get the hell out of here." I didn't say the word hell. He used another word. He's Guru Kripa. But I love the dude. Get the hell out of here.
Okay, so excuse me, I want to follow my train of thought, please. So
Yes.
Rupanuga Prabhu, you're saying, okay, that it doesn't make sense that these younger devotees who, might have been like, for example, I know one of them is a former Radhanath Maharaj disciple. I mean, I like him as a person. He's been very kind to me, but for whatever reasons she's disgruntled by that relationship. And so I'm just trying to
No,
understand.
wait a minute. So she got reinitiated?
If that's the term you want to use, she was already.
She got another initiation. Okay. I heard Srila Prabhupada say that if someone was disappointed in his guru, or that meant obviously some problem, that they could take reinitiation. Now that happened in ISKCON. Sometimes two or three people had, or two or three gurus were had by the same person in a row. So that did happen. But here is the point. You cannot initiate to a prior acharya. You cannot perform diksha to a past acharya. It's not in our line. A past acharya cannot give diksha who is no longer present on the planet, a past acharya. But you can have that acharya as shiksha. We can have many shiksha gurus. Okay? Because guru is one. Like Krishna is one, guru is one also. And he should be teaching only what Krishna teaches gurus to teach. And that's explained in Bhagavad Gita, what they should teach. So you cannot be initiated to Srila Prabhupada Diksha. You can be initiated to Srila Prabhupada Shiksha, but only a present Acharya can give Diksha. That is our line.
So then Yashodanandan Prabhu then in that instance would be the Diksha Guru.
If Yasodananda is taking the disciple as his own disciple, then he's a Diksha Guru. If he's initiating him to Srila Prabhupada in whatever way he wants to make it, then he's a Shiksha Guru, and Srila Prabhupada is the Shiksha Guru, which so far as in our line, there was no formal initiation process, no formal fire sacrifice. But under the present circumstances, because of the problems we've had about initiations, I can see it possible that a person who follows 16 rounds, who follows 4 principles for 6 months, could be considered a Shiksha disciple of Srila Prabhupada if he accepts Srila Prabhupada as his highest spiritual authority. Now, where does he get a name? Times have changed. We also have to make adjustments, just like Srila Prabhupada made some adjustments when he came to America. It may be possible that Srila Prabhupada's disciples could give him a spiritual name in recognition of his accomplishment, that he's followed the same instructions that an initiated disciple did during Srila Prabhupada's time. But nobody can initiate to Srila Prabhupada on his behalf in the sense that now we're making Srila Prabhupada, in effect, we're telling Srila Prabhupada, here's your disciple. Srila Prabhupada had to give the permission. You can't say Srila Prabhupada's past Acharya, and you can initiate to him because you feel like it. That's not possible. We don't initiate we don't give Diksha or past Acharya, let's put it this way, a past Acharya cannot give Diksha. He can't, because he has to be present. He has to be there for the fire sacrifice. He has to be there for the mantras. He has to be present, and he has to be there to guide the person. Where this idea came that someone can perform Diksha for Srila Prabhupada, this is a complete concoction. Complete concoction. You cannot perform Diksha for Srila Prabhupada. You can connect someone to Srila Prabhupada as their Shiksha Guru because they're following his teachings and following the same way that an initiated disciple would be. And I don't know if anybody's making that kind of request, but if I were to tell a person that if you chant 16 rounds, follow the 4 principles, you can consider yourself a bona fide disciple of Srila Prabhupada. Not that you're a Diksha disciple, but you're a bona fide disciple. Because listen, Srila Prabhupada never went anywhere. We've got to get this to our thick heads. He just simply transferred all his potency into his instructions.
Okay, so why can't those 2 young 18-year-olds say, I'm Prabhupada's Shiksha disciple, and I did not accept Diksha because I don't accept anyone to be that type of a guru for me. So I want to be,
That's right.
I'm a Prabhupada disciple.
Well, why not?
And
but he's not.
I just want to mention one more thing, Prabhu. That
But he's not our God brother. He's not our God brother.
Throughout Prabhupada's books, Prabhupada brings up the example of Christ and how, all these Christians are followers, or if you want to say disciples of Christ. He never said that it's bogus, that Christ can't initiate on his, that he's dead. He's not here on this planet.
No, that's not what he said. He said, when he was asked, these people are saying that they're The spirit that Christ, listen, that Christ is their spiritual master. That was the question. And
Right.
Srila Prabhupada answered, yes. Yes, he's their spiritual
Right.
master. But he also said that if they eat meat, they're not his disciples. They're not his followers.
Yes.
So let's assume that everybody who says that Christ is my spiritual master is at least a vegetarian. Still, there's a same. Look, the Christian organized secular religion cannot be compared to the universal teachings of Sanatana Dharma. You can't compare a sectarian religion. But I'm just saying in this term that they can accept him as a spiritual master. That's what they're doing if they follow his instructions. And if they follow his instructions, but then Srila Prabhupada said they expect him to take all their sins upon himself, even though they claim to be his followers. That's not going to work. He gave the example that a man goes to get sentenced in the court to go to jail. And he says, Your Honor, it's okay, my father will go for me. He said, it's not going to work. You cannot put all your sins upon the past Acharya. You cannot put all your sins upon the past Shaktavish Avatara simply because you say that you're a follower. See? So this idea that Christ could be someone's spiritual master is not, he did not say that he could accept Diksha. He did not make anything comment about that. But in our line, not in the Christian line, but in our line, you don't accept Diksha from a past Acharya.
Okay, so let's use the example of those two 18-year-olds, trying to, participate in the Prabhupada group. Okay, they accept Prabhupada as their shiksha.
Right.
They don't have diksha from anybody.
No, they
So
did
are
have
they
Diksha.
Prabhupada's disciples or are they not?
Why not?
Okay, so why weren't they allowed in?
Why would what?
Why wouldn't they be allowed in to participate with the other Prabhupada disciples?
Because they were making a distinction about the camaraderie, about the association, about the long time identification of Srila Prabhupada's direct disciples. Those two boys are not direct disciples. They're not direct in the sense of getting a diksha from Srila Prabhupada personally. There may be, so a distinction could be made, but if it's done like a thumb in your face, okay, we're your equals, that's a different story. See, that's a different story.
Well, there's always etiquette. There's always etiquette, even between God brothers. There has to be etiquette.
Of course. But I believe there's a distinction. There is a distinction here, and I think that anybody who's now coming, even if they consider themselves Siksha, they also have some etiquette. They should follow some etiquette.
I agree.
Understand they should offer special respect to Srila Prabhupada's direct disciples, because Srila Prabhupada's direct disciples are not going to be around here much longer.
Mm-hmm.
They deserve some respect for what they did to establish this movement under Srila Prabhupada's direction. They did a lot of work. Srila Prabhupada could not have done that by himself. He did it through his direct disciples.
Yes.
Spread this movement all over the planet. So that has to be recognized. And a new person coming has to adjust to that fact. You see? So I agree. The God brothers who have been initiated directly by Srila Prabhupada should accept those persons as also disciples, but the persons who are the Siksha disciples should not claim or expect to be treated as a direct disciple of Srila Prabhupada. There is a distinction.
Mm-hmm.
It won't be around much longer, but there's a distinction right now. And Srila Prabhupada's disciples should be shown special respect.
Absolutely.
Because out of 5 billion people, only 4,700 took initiation from Srila Prabhupada.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty small number.
Yes.
And Srila Prabhupada said, some of you were sent by my Guru Maharaj. Now, I'm not including myself. I'm a real convert. This is my first time around. I'm not claiming to be continuing from the past. But Srila Prabhupada said that some of my disciples were sent by my Guru Maharaj. I'm not claiming that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not claiming. I'm a convert. I know it. But I'm saying that he said that. So those persons have to be accepted with special reverence, that it's not an accident.
I'm not disrespecting those devotees that take shiksha from Prabhupada
I just can't, I can't accept that they're my direct God brothers and God sisters. It's a ludicrous statement. I'm not
of course.
disrespecting them.
Of course,
I encourage them, but I'm not going to agree with them and say, well, you're my God brother, like Rupanuga or Gaura Das or Madhavi Devi Das. Come on, give me a break.
I know I have a personal friendship with a young lady who was initiated by one of my God brothers, and she's not following him so much, but she acts. When I see her as a God sister. She is so dedicated to Srila Prabhupada that she's just as dedicated as I've seen other God brothers and God sisters. When I see her, I don't distinguish between her and any other God sister I've known who I consider to be very serious, dedicated. So that's a distinction you have to make. I have to make. We have to treat persons according to their surrender to Srila Prabhupada. And we have to encourage them to strengthen their relationship with Srila Prabhupada. That's what we have to do. And like I said, I give you this example. This one person, I swear to you, if I didn't know that she wasn't a direct disciple of Srila Prabhupada, I would think she was, because she's that dedicated. She just listens to his lectures every day. She reads all his books. She quotes from his books. She only preaches what she's learned from him. I respect that. I see her as my equal in that sense, although she's not directly initiated. She was 3 years old when Srila Prabhupada passed away. But still, by her actions, by her sense of dedication to Srila Prabhupada, I'm actually very encouraged to see. So the point
that's a great example.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Look, I want to make this example more because look, we want this to happen. We want people who are not directly but initiated by anybody. We don't care. We just want to see them and their relationship with Srila Prabhupada be properly established, understanding who he is. If you read the Lalamrita, you won't find out that Srila Prabhupada is a Nitya Siddha. You'll think that he worked his way up as a Siddha, and he's a businessman. He met his Guru Maharaj, and he became enlightened, and became Srila Prabhupada and all that. But you won't know the finer points. Srila Prabhupada was always a pure devotee from the very beginning.
He said there was never a time that I never remembered Krishna. Others argued that there's no difference between a Nitya Siddha, a Kripa Siddha, a Sadhana Siddha. It's all.
Well, eventually, everyone is equal, but some persons come here on a mission. They weren't sent here for punishment.
Right.
They're sent here. It's like if the king comes to visit in the prison, you don't say, well, he's one of us. So because he comes in. So these pure devotees like Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur and Bhaktivinoda Thakur and Srila Prabhupada and Narottam Das Thakur and Vishwanath Thakur, these persons are not ordinary persons that worked their way up through sadhana bhakti and became pure devotees. They were pure devotees, but they manifested in a certain way. They didn't show themselves immediately. It's like Krishna himself. He was born with 4 hands, but his mother and his father, they were thinking, who will accept the stories of a 4-handed Krishna? So please go back to your 2 hands. Go to your 2 hands. So it had to be done like that by Krishna himself. Can you imagine if we were presenting Krishna as 4-handed? What difference that would make with other people? So what I'm saying is, when the Acharya comes, he may come in various disguises, like Srila Prabhupada. He was a pharmacist, an Ayurvedic pharmacist. See, but there's also an example of one devotee who, in the Chaitanya, I'm trying to remember who he was, who fell down from some elevated post, and he was acting as advisor or something, but he fell in ecstasy. He was a pure devotee from the beginning. I don't remember the story, it's been years, but then the point I'm making is a pure devotee manifests in different ways before he manifests, just like Bhaktisiddhanta said, his future is there. He will show later what he's going to contribute. We don't want to make him manager of Calcutta Temple. No, we want him, he's waiting for the future. He has a future role to play. He was the next Srila Prabhupada. And Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur, he knew that. He could see. So we have to understand that these Uttama Adhikaris are so rare. Look, Srila Prabhupada was talking about Lord Brahma once as not being a pure devotee. And the devotee said, you mean to say that the founder Acharya of our Sampradaya isn't, his answer was, it's not necessary. So we have to understand how rare these pure devotees are. And we learn from the poetry that Srila Prabhupada wrote on the boat on the way over here to America. We learned about who he really was. He spoke about himself and his desires, his real hankering for association with Krishna. He made it clear from a few poetry and from a devotee, Mother Hasharani, who wrote a poem about him playing with the cowherd boys in the fields or rolling in the field. And he said, she is very advanced. But yet we hear from other people, from other groups, that, oh, it's appalling that you don't accept Srila Prabhupada as Gopi Ras. Okay, I asked Srila Prabhupada a letter. I said, Srila Prabhupada, are all the Acharyas, in 1968, Srila Prabhupada, are all the Acharyas in our line in Madhura Ras? And he wrote back, most, but not all. See, so there's so much speculation about that. But the real point is that Srila Prabhupada was sent here. He wasn't born like an ordinary person. His father was a pure devotee. His mother was a pure devotee. So, I'm saying the Lamrita doesn't make it clear. You see, that Srila Prabhupada was not a bhakta who worked, a son of a bhakta who worked his way up. No, that's not true. Srila Prabhupada was special, and that has to be made. That has to be understood.
He was putting on Ratha Yatras when he was 5 years old or something.
Yeah, sure. He showed a lot of he shows the symptoms that he describes in Bhagavatam that Pariksit Maharaj showed. He said these symptoms are shown by not just sit up, and he described what you just said. He learned he actually participates in these pastimes, and he shows the same kind of things that Pariksit Maharaj showed. And it's Srila Prabhupada talking about himself, but he doesn't say so.
He actually says in one purport, he says, I was fortunate enough to be born in a situation with he mentions that he does bring himself in and compares his childhood to that of I think it was either Pariksit Maharaj or Prahlad Maharaj.
Yeah.
But I wanted to say, Prabhu, that letter that Prabhupada wrote to you is so incredibly significant, because in that letter, Prabhupada states how Bhaktisiddhanta left early because of his disgust, and also how he set up the GBC, and how he specifically said for them to keep the preaching machine going and wait for the Acharya to become self-effulgent. And that self-effulgent Acharya was Srila Prabhupada.
That's right.
But at the time, he was a grihasta. He was a grihasta engaging in business. So if Bhaktisiddhanta had appointed him as the successor, they would have thought that Bhaktisiddhanta has lost his mind.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, he stressed sannyas for one of the main reasons that I discern from this is that in India they have great extended families. The attachment to family life is very deep compared to the West. Family life in the West is actually becoming more and more dissolved. But in India, it's still very, very strong, especially with Srila Prabhupada's time in the 30s in Bhaktisiddhanta. So he had to make them sannyasis because, first of all, he'd get them away from these attachments. Secondly, to make them into preachers so they could go abroad. The whole point was to get them to go abroad.
Mm-hmm.
That was the whole purpose of the Gaudiya Matha, was to get them to leave the subcontinent of India and bring all this knowledge blocked up for 5,000 years in its pure form out to the rest of the planet, which is what Srila Prabhupada did. But they had to wait. And so when he was talking about he will manifest, he was obviously talking about Srila Prabhupada. He didn't want Srila Prabhupada entangled in the management of the Gaudiya Matha because they were too attached to the bricks and the stones anyway. That's why one of the reasons he left. He said before, tear up the marble and the temple, and let's publish books, because they were fighting over the rooms. Who gets this room? Who gets that room? That was not the point. See? So anyway,
If I can ask, what prompted Prabhupada to write that letter to you?
okay. That's a very good question. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to answer it if I can find my
Jivan Mukta, you know how to fan the spark.
well, look.
I have about 6 questions myself waiting, and Stoka Krishna's had his hand up for the last hour.
Wait a second. That's a very important question because one thing he said is overly stressed by so many devotees. Just hold on. Just give me a second.
Stoka Krishna, are you still there, Prabhu?
Hey, hold it. I got it. This
Okay.
is my letter. This is my letter I sent to Srila Prabhupada. Now, here's the circumstance. As GBC, I had to send Srila Prabhupada a report every month about all the temples in my zone and all the expenditures, and what the preaching was about. So I would write to Srila Prabhupada a letter. This letter that I wrote to Srila Prabhupada is a couple pages. It was a special letter because I knew he was upset when he found out the devotees were going down to Gaudiya Matha temple down the road, which was not part of the festival. Somebody had stuck it in as a part of the festival. So I went with everybody else because I thought it was part of the festival itinerary. So when I arrived there, I saw at the Bhaktisiddhanta temple, there was a long table covered with white cloth, and a number of Srila Prabhupada's god brothers were sitting behind the table, and Sridhar Maharaj stood up to address the assembled devotees, which were sitting in the courtyard. And I said, there's a good number of devotees from ISKCON. So here's what happened. I heard him say something that I didn't feel was correct. And I later learned from Srila Prabhupada's reaction to what happened that it really wasn't. And I wanted to inform Srila Prabhupada that I wasn't fooled. I wasn't taken in by the statement. And I'll tell you what I wrote to Srila Prabhupada. I said, Sridhar Maharaj, quote, thanked, end quote, us for coming to Mayapur from all over the world to, quote, encourage them in their work, end quote. But what work are they doing? Your god brothers only reveal that they are Kanishta Adhikaris without any world vision of this movement. They have no manifest Vaishnava compassion, of which you are the embodiment. That's what he was responding to. And devotees never saw this. So when they say, when you're right about Sridhar's genuineness, what he's really saying is you're right about his being disingenuous. So they say, they quote that one sentence where he says, you're right about his genuineness, but he is my friend. He's the best of the lot, he said.
Mm-hmm.
So this was in response to my criticism, which was a little risky because Srila Prabhupada didn't like us criticizing his godbrothers, right. Even though they were critical of him. He didn't like us doing that. He was trying to train us to be respectful to his godbrothers. But I just couldn't take that because all these devotees came from all over the world. The hardworking devotees came there and they're thanking us for helping them in their work. What work are they doing? That was the way I felt. So I wrote that to Srila Prabhupada, and that's what he wrote back.
That's wonderful, Prabhu, that you were able to see, to feel that and understand that at such a young age and being such a new devotee. It's wonderful.
That was 74. I joined in 66.
Mm.
I'd been around long enough to tell that story. And besides, I already knew very well that Srila Prabhupada's godbrothers were not cooperating with him.
Mm-hmm.
What was it that you heard? What was it that you heard that you didn't agree with? That didn't sound right to you? Do you remember?
I told you what I heard. They were thanking us for coming to help them in their work.
Let's see.
He says, thank you to Mayapur from all over the world to encourage them in their work. We didn't come to Mayapur to encourage them in their work. What work they were doing? We came to Mayapur to encourage Srila Prabhupada in his work. We came there because he wanted us to come there and get enlivened to go out another year. That's why we came. And nothing to do with them. And I knew especially they had nothing to do with them because this is 1974. I'd already been on the GBC since 1970 and well aware of the conflict that Srila Prabhupada was having. And that he didn't start it, they started it. That's where this idea that they were preaching that Srila Prabhupada was God. He wrote me in a letter. He says, I know this is caused by my godbrothers, but how they worked it out is a mystery. But then it turned out later, he found out how this idea that Srila Prabhupada was God, how it came through the mail between devotees in India and devotees in America. This idea that Srila Prabhupada was God. And when these four sannyasis went around preaching that, they caused a huge destruction they did. In fact, my first duty as a GBC was to go to New Vrindavan and confront them where they were camped out and sit down at a table and challenge them for what they were preaching. And devotees left the movement because of that. They figured that these are disciples or appointed, they're initiated sannyas by Srila Prabhupada, they must know what they're talking about. And they would not accept this idea that Srila Prabhupada was God or an incarnation of God. And Srila Prabhupada was so upset about it that he wrote me in that letter that I know my godbrothers, and he wrote me another, my godbrothers don't like me being called Prabhupada.
But how do you get from there, them not liking him being called Prabhupada, to them planting the seed that he's God?
Well, I mean, look.
How did that happen?
Just try to understand. Their position was to undermine his work out of enviousness. I don't care who's watching, but this is a fact. He said in that letter, they're envious. He said in that letter, they have no heart for preaching. So they looked down at Srila Prabhupada for coming to the West. One time, Sridhar Maharaj was quoted as saying, I have no desire to preach to lower class men. So Srila Prabhupada had that mission to preach to so-called lower class men, Blechers and Yavanas outside of India. And this was not appreciated by his godbrothers. And Srila Prabhupada called it envy. So when Srila Prabhupada asked for help before he came, he never got it. And after he got here, I got a letter from him where he wrote back to his godbrothers, this is against Bhaktivinoda Thakur's teachings, that you're not helping me. So this goes back to 1966. When I first joined the movement, I heard Srila Prabhupada say, godbrothers. I was amazed. I was saying, Srila Prabhupada has godbrothers? What's a godbrother? Godbrother, that means they're going to come and help. I'm thinking, we got 3,000 miles here to conquer, and we don't have enough help. We're not even trained up. And he's got godbrothers. Surely somebody's coming here to help us preach. Well, how do you think I felt when I understood that they were not only not cooperating with Srila Prabhupada, they were criticizing Srila Prabhupada? And I'm sorry, but that's the history. That's the history. And maybe now the Gaudiya Matha, newer people and new generations, and most of those godbrothers are all passed away, maybe they're mixing it up more with ISKCON at a different level. Maybe going on. But I'm telling you that this is the history. And I was there, I was part of it. And I was very unhappy to learn that Srila Prabhupada was not going to get help, and even more unhappy when I saw he was being criticized for doing what they were supposed to do.
So in spite of all of this, because the argument's been raised to me, okay, that all took place, yet we see in terms of Prabhupada's later or last instructions, as you yourself told me at that 1975 GBC meeting, Prabhupada led a very fired up kirtan to receive Sridhar Maharaj.
Yes, that was all part of Srila Prabhupada's attempt to enlist Sridhar Maharaj in ISKCON. He was trying to get him to partner with him on the preaching, but he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. He said, I'll send my men from all over the world to hear your classes. You don't have to go anywhere. Right. He wouldn't do it. He would not do it. And I was there. I was there in that room, and Srila Prabhupada reached out with him such love. If you saw that photograph, you would be sure that it was actually Srila Prabhupada in front of some deities. But he's not. He's in front of Sridhar Maharaj on the other side of the room. And the intensity of that kirtan, you can't imagine. It was an up-to-date camera that was taking the picture. And in that picture, Shuta Kirti is jumping up and down so much that he's a blur. He's a blur in the photograph. Everybody else is clear as a bell, but he's a blur. He's jumping up and down so enthusiastic.
So how is his instruction taken where Prabhupada says for Siddhanta, you can go to Srila Sridhar Maharaj and that we can build the TOVP under Sridhar Maharaj's direction.
Yeah, look, for philosophical purpose, okay, but management or input about the internal affairs of the GBC or that was not what Srila Prabhupada wanted. It was strictly philosophical. And it's a fact, and although earlier Zoom we had several people challenge me on this, and I lost my temper because I'm so tired of having to repeat this.
Yes.
That the fact of the matter is that after Srila Prabhupada's disappearance, and when the gurus were ascending, and when some of the gurus fell, Sridhar Maharaj was very favorable. He wanted to, for example, for Jayatirtha, who fell hard, he wanted leniency. He was preaching leniency toward the fall down gurus. And also I know for a fact that my guru godbrothers are going to visit him on a regular basis. And I don't believe it was simply going there to get preaching or philosophy.
Leniency meaning to give him back the sannyas order, I think.
To do what?
Leniency towards Jayatirtha Prabhu to give him back sannyas, perhaps.
Whatever it was, he was using intoxicants, drugs, which he had been using for some time. So he was proposing leniency, but on the last meeting with the GBC in April of 1977, Srila Prabhupada said, and he made it clear that any GBC who falls down has to be removed. There was no question of, and Tamal said, well, that's for, something, a big offense. It's not for a little thing. He said, he must be removed. And a new person would be appointed by the other members of the GBC. There was no tolerance. There was zero tolerance for falling down from GBC. What to speak of guru, and all the gurus were GBCs.
I see. Right. Correct.
So that applied to them. So Sridhar was preaching the opposite of Srila Prabhupada, who left a recorded conversation, which I have.
I see where you're going. Okay.
And I was there. So when I said that no, it's not true that Sridhar was not involved in anything besides philosophy. Because after Srila Prabhupada disappeared, he was. In fact, some of those gurus went to visit him on a regular basis. I know this. And Jayatirtha became very friendly with him. And he had some affection for him, that he wanted him to be reinstated or whatever it took, to be lenient. But that's not what Srila Prabhupada instructed us.
He brought hundreds of his disciples to Sridhar Maharaj. Jayatirtha did. He brought hundreds of his disciples.
They were very close. So when I point this out, I'm taken as an offender or something like that. But this is the history. And frankly, it's over. What I won't tolerate is a misconception or a misstatement about what happened.
Right. Well,
we got to get the history straight.
Yeah, for sure. It needs to be written out. I mean, I also heard, and I don't want to say the name because I don't know if it's, but that even one of our godbrothers even called Srila Sridhar Maharaj a demon, and that's definitely not cool.
No.
That's stupid.
Well, look, Srila Prabhupada was he says in Shastra that the godbrothers are supposed to be treated like the spiritual master with great respect.
Right.
We don't see that now. With all the new gurus, we don't see that. But Srila Prabhupada wanted, that's why I was a little reluctant to write what I wrote to Srila Prabhupada. But I felt that I had to tell him what I saw, because it simply confirmed what had been going on also with Srila Prabhupada. So I was writing this to support Srila Prabhupada. And it was a fact. I just quoted what I heard. And it got back this letter. This classic letter that everybody likes to say, well, see, Srila Prabhupada said you're right about his genuineness. Srila Prabhupada wasn't saying that.
Uh-huh.
He
I'm
was
getting it
saying,
now.
when he was saying you're right about his genuineness, he was meaning you're right about his disingenuous, but he's my old friend.
Right.
Still, it describes how he was the cause of splitting up the Gaudiya Matha.
Now, I asked one of our godbrothers who took sannyas from Srila Sridhar Maharaj today. I just wanted to get some of the back story. I've got it right here at my fingertips. Let me just go down the line here. And I said to him, here it is. Okay, I got it right on hand. I said, I said, Dear Maharaj, I just read this comment and I wondered what your take on this is. Tamal Krishna Maharaj and Hangsadura admitted in Topanga Canyon that they had visited Sridhar Maharaj to get advice on how to proceed. And of course, you are aware of Srila Prabhupada's pointing out that Sridhar Maharaj was supporting one of the deviant acharyas that surfaced after Srila Bhaktisiddhanta's departure. And so I asked, what is the reason that Srila B.R. Sridhar Maharaj would support Ananta Vasudev, the deviant acharya? And so this sannyas disciple, our godbrother who took sannyas from Sridhar Maharaj said, I was told by one of my senior sannyasi godbrothers that the GBC attempt had failed with Srila Bhaktisiddhanta's Gaudiya Matha, and there appeared to Srila Sridhar Maharaj only one option, which was to try to keep their guru's mission together for a successor guru to be appointed. So then I asked, did our Srila Prabhupada not know this? Because he doesn't seem to cut any slack for Srila Sridhar Maharaj on this point. And the answer I got was, I think that there was almost no communication between Srila Sridhar Maharaj and Srila Prabhupada after Prabhupada went to Vrindavan and Sridhar Maharaj went to Navadvip. Sridhar Maharaj was living in a bamboo grass hut for a few years with almost no money and no means of communication. The later statements by Srila Prabhupada override earlier differences just by volume of content. No? Anyway, there are
Look.
Yes.
I don't have Shabba's letter in front of me,
Uh-huh.
but I think it's dishonest to rationalize away why someone takes initiation from Sridhar outside of ISKCON. They should be honest and say that they didn't want to accept sannyas from anybody inside ISKCON.
Right.
And therefore they felt no choice but to go somewhere else to get sannyas because they saw nobody they wanted to take sannyas from.
Right.
I mean, that's the real point, not to rationalize away what reasons and invent and talk, embellish all this other stuff when we already have in my letter from Srila Prabhupada that Sridhar was his friend. He was the best of the lot, but he was responsible for splitting it up. He was known by outside of that as the form breaker, So that doesn't change what Srila Prabhupada said. What he said, what that devotee is rationalizing away, he shouldn't try that. He should simply say the truth, that he had no other place to go to get sannyas. He wouldn't accept from anyone else. He felt safer. He felt better guided by going to Sridhar. That's the reason, not this other stuff that you rationalize it away with. He should have stood his ground and been honest about it, because we know for a fact that Sridhar Maharaj was essential. And Vasudeva, what was his name? Vasudeva.
Ananta Vasudev.
Srila Prabhupada called him a jackal.
Right.
He called him a jackal and said he was also responsible for splitting up the Gaudiya Matha.
Right.
So why are we even discussing? There's no validity here. This is Prajalpa, because we already know what Srila Prabhupada said about these people, about what the role they played. We know Srila Prabhupada tried his best to engage his Sridhar Maharaj, his godbrother, in the preaching work. We know that. We know he offered him to be president of ISKCON.
Right.
We know he offered him everything. And I was there in the room when Srila Prabhupada simply bombarded him with brotherly love. I mean, bombarded him. We all participated in that kirtan to assist Srila Prabhupada. And the delivery of love on the person of Sridhar Maharaj is unparalleled. As I said, if you saw that photograph, which you couldn't see Sridhar in it, it looked as if Srila Prabhupada and his disciples were all in front of a deity.
Wow.
But it wasn't, it was sweetheart. And all that love in Srila Prabhupada's face, look at the photograph. All that love in Srila Prabhupada's face was to his godbrother, his friend, trying to engage him in preaching work, which he wrote to me in a letter they had no heart for. Bhaktisiddhanta founded 64 motts, large and small, for the purpose of training up preachers to come out of India. That was the whole point. It was Bhaktivinoda Thakur that dreamt of Americans dancing in Mayapur with the Bengalis.
Right.
That
So
prediction was already there. So just see how this is being used. And what in the end happens? Just like you have so many people calling themselves Bhaktivedanta now, it's Bhaktivedanta this, Bhaktivedanta that. By all everybody who gets sannyas now, whoever they are, is Bhaktivedanta something.
But hold on, Prabhu, excuse me.
Why is that? I say they're really unknowingly glorifying Srila Prabhupada by taking his name.
Okay. I wanted to also say that, as you know, because you're right there from the beginning of Bhaktivedanta Institute, Prabhupada wanted these different levels of Bhakti Shastri, Bhakti Vaibhava, Bhakti Vedanta, and Bhakti Sarvabhauma.
That's right.
So it was meant to represent like a level of teaching, which was
right.
the last 6 cantos of the Bhagavatam, that you know that thoroughly.
Yes.
So one would assume, yes, go ahead.
Well, I'm saying there's a very important point here. In 1969, he wrote a letter to Hansadutta and to Kirtananda, saying that by 1975, he wanted all of his disciples who passed the Bhaktivedanta exam to take disciples of their own in front of him. He was going to make that adjustment, and a guru can do that. So he said that. And interestingly enough, there's another exam beyond that, the Bhakti Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya,
right,
which is above the Bhaktivedanta. So he was saying he was going to have his disciples accept their own disciples before they passed that last test.
That's right.
So what does that mean to me? It means to me that taking disciples is not the end of the world.
Yeah, in 1969, he wrote to Hansadutta, I am hoping that by 1975, all of my disciples will have the title of Bhaktivedanta, and they will be initiating. And I thought, wow.
No, he said all, but he said ones that passed that test.
He said all. He said he was hoping we would all have the degree of Bhaktivedanta.
That was his hope. And then what happened? We didn't have the first Bhakti Shastri. We had the first Bhakti Shastri in 1968. I know, because I gave the exam.
Okay.
But what happened was all the exams were sent to India and they were lost.
Oh.
They were all lost. The next time was 1976, when Srila Prabhupada instituted the Bhakti Shastri exam. That's a fact. I've got a copy right now in my file of that first examination, a 1-page in which you could see what Srila Prabhupada was trying to understand. In order to, out of 1,000 points, you only needed 300 to pass. And you know what the questions were about? They really were to test and see if the person who took the exam knew that he was part of a preaching movement.
Right.
All those questions. And I can read them to you. I have a copy.
Who is Krishna, I think?
I can read them to you. They're all questions probing to see.
Sure.
Understood the mission.
Yes. Yes.
But now, of course, it's much more complicated. Sri Baba gave all the books that would be tested. Then we didn't have any books. But he wanted to still give Bhakti Shastri to those persons who understood the mission, which is really what the whole point's about.
Right.
Also, by having levels, you could test the advancement. You could test the knowledge. You could test realization. There has to be some way of testing, just like you chant 16 rounds and you follow 40 principles for 6 months to demonstrate your faith in the holy name. And Srila Prabhupada said in 1970, in a discussion on the 10 offenses in LA, he said, if a spiritual master initiates a person who has not demonstrated their faith, he is an offender to the holy name.
Wow.
And why is that? Because Srila Prabhupada determined when there was faith by giving a test. The test was 6 months, 16 rounds, and 6 months, 4 principles. And you can believe that by the time a person chants 16 rounds a day for 6 months, he's a pretty clean slate.
Mm-hmm.
when he comes to Srila Prabhupada. The real karma comes when after he's initiated, he falls down. Then Srila Prabhupada was affected.
Mm-hmm.
But he was powerful. He took that. But we can't do that. We have to make sure, as much as possible, we initiate somebody that they've demonstrated their faith in the holy name. And in the Gaudiya Matha, traditionally, since especially the Srila Prabhupada's disappearance, they emphasize that the initiation into the holy name is not so important. It's the second, the Gayatri Mantra initiation, that is the real thing, because that's where Rupanuga is supposed to start coming. But they put down the importance of chanting the holy name, which is ridiculous because Harinam is the Yuga Dharma. And Lord Chaitanya is the Yuga avatar. And what did he teach to the people? Chanting the holy name. That was his exoteric reason for coming. His esoteric reason was a whole other thing about the mood of Mother Radharani. He wanted to assume that mood as a devotee. But as far as the people went, he never preached about Madhura Rasa. They do that all the time now in Gaudiya Matha, or their followers. They talk about Madhura Rasa all the time. In fact, Narayan Maharaj, and I have a quote, I got it right here, a quote, a booklet that he said he was astonished that Srila Prabhupada's disciples didn't understand that his rasa was Gopi Ras. Well, who is he to tell us our understanding of Srila Prabhupada's rasa? Okay, Srila Prabhupada told us his rasa. He wrote about it. You follow? But this emphasis on Madhura Ras can become a sahajya thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying we emphasize what Srila Prabhupada emphasized, chanting the holy name without offense. That was the goal. Because one who could chant the holy name without offense becomes a Uttama Adhika. It becomes a pure devotee. He may not become on level Srila Prabhupada, but he can become a pure. There are levels of pure devotees. There are different grades of pure devotees. Just like there's a Prahlad, and above Prahlad is Arjuna, and above Arjuna is Uddhava. But they're all pure devotees with different rasas.
Right.
Yet because there's a hierarchy in the material world, there's also a hierarchy in the spiritual world, but it's all absolute. That's the difference. It's all pleasing Krishna. We're here, it's all against Krishna.
And against each other.
Anyway, here we are again.
Yeah. Another marathon.
It's not my fault.
No, it's mine.
You dragged me into this. You're doing every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I have to stay up to midnight. I'm all set for it. Okay, because I'm eager to answer questions, because I realize these questions are partially due to some doubt. So there's some doubt, that has to be dug out.
Now, didn't you say that you also, don't worry, I won't take you further, but didn't you say that you had a whole bunch of, you had a compilation on natural remedies that Prabhupada talked about?
Yes, I do. I don't know why you don't have it, but I have it, and I didn't get it until just a few years ago. In fact, in the list that I got is a formula for Day's ointment.
Right.
An actual formula for Day's ointment, and it's not difficult. I spoke to Hari Vilas on the phone about a month ago, said, I said, have you seen this? No, I haven't. So I sent it to him. And I said, can you make this? It would be a big seller for you if you can make Day's ointment. He says, I can do it. So I'm trying to get back to him to find out if he really did it.
No, but you should ask him for some royalties also.
Well, what he should get off, like all he did was preach to me about how I should go out on book distribution, no matter how old I am. He didn't know that I have balance problems. I can't walk around, turn certain corners and turn around this way.
Wow.
I can't do that. I could fall down if I do that. And I'm not going to end up in ER.
Right. No.
An old man like me in ER, just start operating.
Oh, yeah. Don't want to jab you as soon as you get in the door.
Oh, yeah. Immediately. So I can't take that little risk, I was never a big book distributor. I have to admit that. I've always been saddled with management.
Right.
I was never a part of the rank and file. Never. I was working, and when I went to Buffalo, from then on out, I was in charge of something. So, but I understand the rank and file because I understood my duty to the rank and file was to give them all the information that I'm giving you now.
And last time you told us it was to protect us, to protect.
No, yeah, the GBC's duty was to facilitate the devotional service of all the devotees in their charge to the mission, to Srila Prabhupada, to the cause. They were not supposed to take them as servants. They were supposed to be the servants of them. They were supposed to be the ones to make sure they had enough to eat, they had clothing, they had dental work, they had a place to live, they had a truck that worked, that would get them out for the books. They had the books in the warehouse, all they needed. They had everything they needed. They had classes to encourage them. They had nice prasadam. The prasadam was always waiting for the Sankirtan devotees when they came back. They got the maha, according to Srila Prabhupada, they should get the maha. And I made sure they got the maha.
You're a servant of the Sankirtan devotees.
Well, that's all I could do. I had no talents, no skills. All I could do was manage. And I did a little preaching, but that was my duty. I was not a big book distributor, and I always regret that. I always respect the book distributor. When I hear about the talents and skills and all the accomplishments, I'm always enlivened to hear that. But I have to admit that I'm the one who got the truck, kept the truck working. I'm the one who kept the bills paid. I'm the one who made sure everybody got prasadam. I'm the one who made sure they had shelter. I'm the one who made sure taxes were paid. I'm the one who made sure the kitchen was clean. I'm the one. Somebody had to do it. So therefore, I was everybody's servant. I was just serving them so they could get the books out. The whole movement was centered around book distribution.
You're facilitating everyone's service.
Yeah, that's all I could do. That's my duty. That was my duty from day one.
Gopi Bhartu Pada Kamalayor Dasa Dasa Anudas, servant of the servant of the servant.
And if I ever got puffed up with my position, I always got cut down. Like, for example, I wanted to do the Mongol Arti, the 12 o'clock Arti for Janmashtami.
Yeah.
But I was told by a sannyasi from India that if I wouldn't let him do it, he would preach against me to the Indians.
Wow.
So I had to let him do
it. You got blackmailed.
It was more important that the Indian, because in those days, the Indians respected anything in saffron. I don't care who it was, what it was. This man was a flaming Sahaja who wrote a book about Tulsi Devi and going to her for material gain. But I couldn't criticize him because no one would have understood it. Because he had saffron on and I was wearing white. So naturally he was superior. That's the way Indians were thinking in those days.
Right.
Right? So these things, just like you had to put up with stuff, rank and file devotees had to put up with stuff, I had to put up with my own stuff too.
Yeah, right.
Still do.
Well, so much for 2 hours.
Yeah. I said to Jai Marva,
My God.
You remind me. But anyway, it's hard to get off when Rupanuga gets going, right, Jai Marva?
You're the one who gets me going. I'm not looking for trouble. You're the one who keeps me up. You keep me up too. So, but once you get me going, you get me going. It's not my fault.
I'll let you recover for a couple of days. Come back for Krishna book on Monday, please.
Well, I'm not blaming anybody. We're just concerned about your health, Rupanuga Prabhu.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? I'm as healthy as can be expected.
You look good.
One nurse told me, she said, she was a therapist who's doing some work for me. She said, "How old are you?" And I said, "Guess." And she said, "In your late 60s.
Oh my God.
I said, "I'm 82. And she said, "What?"
Yeah, right.
How have you maintained your health? You don't even have a spleen. How come you're still alive? And I said, "I don't know." She says, "I know. It's because of your devotional service."
Really?
Yeah, wow. She's a friend. She's a God conscious person. She's not a devotee, but she's a sincere religious person. Wow. Seventh Day Adventist. She's a very nice person. She's a marvelous therapist. Marvelous. So anyway, she works on a subtle platform. She's a real she's a healer. She's a faith healer type person. Anyway, I really respect her. And I mean, one day I walked in for my treatment and she was showing me an iPhone with Srila Prabhupada dancing at Rath Yatra. She said, look, here's your Prabhupada's dancing. She shows me the picture.
That's wonderful.
The video.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Nice. Great. Prabhupada said, he said, actually, go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You go ahead.
Prabhupada said, everybody is my disciple. They just don't know it yet.
Yeah, I heard that.
Anyway, I thank you very much for, I mean, I've never had a forum like this before since the old days. And I know I just can't preach on behalf of ISKCON. So better that I can answer whatever questions someone has about the history of the Hare Krishna movement, which I so very much identify myself with. I mean, there's no question about that. I'm nothing without the movement. And I'd like to have people get the story straight. And if they want the history, I try to give it the best I can. But when it boils down to it, the real problem is facing us now. What to do as Srila Prabhupada's disciples to spread his teachings to the people under circumstances. And I see that this computer is a way to go, but I'm preaching to the choir right now.
Well, yes. How to expand it. But people are watching. They're coming back and they're watching these videos. I've had a lot of devotees have written to me saying, thank you so much for doing these videos with Rupanuga Prabhu. Jai Madhava was one of them. Now he's actually on board. He's not just a viewer, observer. He's right here. He's right in the thick of it.
I appreciate that. I'll tell you why, and then we can say goodnight. One time Srila Prabhupada told us, he told Satsarup, who means the general instruction was for all of us, told Satsarup in a letter, that let the new devotees make devotees. We have to take care of the men we got.
Yeah, boil the milk.
And I never forgot that. So I keep saying, all right, I'll get my chance to preach to non-devotees again sooner or later. But meanwhile, my first duty is to my godbrothers and sisters or other followers of Srila Prabhupada to do my best to answer their questions, philosophical, historical, whatever. I'm no scholar. I don't memorize a lot of verses. I just have a sense of how to apply the mission in the present.
Mm-hmm.
I have a sense of the history. I'm not a scholar. I'm not a Sanskritist. I never have been. But I've always had some sort of a understanding of the mission.
Because you have Srila Prabhupada in your heart.
Well, we all do. We all do. Everybody has their service. But that's my service. You know, I resigned to GBC, but technically I'm still a GBC member because I have the eyes, the vision that Srila Prabhupada gave the GBC when he was here, and I never lost it.
Yeah.
He gave us a world vision. He gave us a world conception of preaching.
It's ingrained in you.
It keeps me alive.
I can tell. I can see that. And we're very fortunate to be the, what's the word? You're the benefactor. We're the beneficiaries, right?
Yeah. Recipients.
I'm the beneficiary of your association. I'd be nothing if I didn't have you.
Well, that's not true. But anyway, we'll continue with Krishna book on Monday. Jai Madhava, do you have something you wanted to say?
Maybe we will be able to make it shorter. But I don't think so. But we'll try.
I hope your wife doesn't get too angry with you.
Oh, she couldn't believe anybody could sit on Zoom for 4 or 5 hours. She was like, so what are you doing?
You don't even notice the time. We just go from one point to the next.
The thing, I'm relishing this because, of course, Rupanuga Prabhu is our senior godbrother, but the point is, it gives me more impetus to preach for Srila Prabhupada, and also I am appreciating the association of my godbrothers and godsisters and the other devotees, which I frankly don't get. I mean, I'm getting the association of the Russian devotees, but that's a different situation altogether. For me, sitting here and be able to talk
to actually talk face to face to my God brothers and God sisters and other Western devotees is a rare thing. And
Ditto.
I appreciate it very much.
Me too.
So I'll take part in this as long as you have it. But you may want to consider making it shorter. But anyway,
Sure.
that's the way it goes.
Vijay Garanga, thanks for showing up, Prabhu.
For being here.
Vijay Garanga's out in Vancouver. He's still early. He's 10. What is it? 9 o'clock?
It's already after 9 here, so you guys are into tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, midnight one.
We're after midnight. Please accept my respectful obeisances, everyone. Van
Hare
Chiko,
Krishna, Vanchaya Prabhupada,
Sindhubhyevacha, Patitanang Pavanebhyo, Vaishnavebhyo, Namo Namaha, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai,
Jai,
Gaura
Prabhupada.
Prabhupada, Hari Hari Bo.
I'm gonna go and make a milk offering.
Okay.
But is it a hempsa milk? If it
Whatever.
isn't, it's blood milk. I'm sorry. I had to take a jab at you.
I do it for the cows too.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that was an excellent. I'm glad we brought up that whole topic of veganism and cows. Nobody's talking about it. You know,
That's going to be my next post. Give
very
the
valid,
break.
very valid points were made.
Yeah. And you can bring up another time if you have other issues that you're dealing with in preaching Jai Madhava, then let's hear it and resolve it.
Yeah, don't worry. I got plenty.
Okay.
I just want to be. I'm grateful to have the association of my God brothers, God sisters, and the devotees that come to this, and it's a rarity for me. It's literally my only way to associate with.
Me too. Me too. I don't even have Russian devotees to associate with. This is it.
I've had many fantasies of preaching in Russia, and this is exact. I've had many fantasies of going to Russia and preaching because I wanted to make sure they got the straight story. So, but now I see I'm getting everything set by this vicarious association. You see, with Jai Madhava, because he's doing it and he's doing what I would want to do. So, and I can't do it.
I'm taking very serious everything you're telling us, Rupanuga Prabhu, and it's and I'm very grateful to see you because I haven't forgotten about you all these years. I'm always, I'll tell you something personal. Every day, I'm not anybody special. I'm very fallen, but I can guarantee you, every day I'm thinking of Srila Prabhupada. And I can't say I'm thinking of Krishna every day, but I can guarantee you I'm thinking of Prabhupada, and I can't disassociate thinking of Srila Prabhupada without missing my God brothers and God sisters.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's ingrained in me. I saw the hard work they did in the early 70s, how they literally gave up their youth and they killed themselves for Prabhupada. So I can't tolerate anybody that says anything against any of my God brothers and God sisters. I can't handle it. Just like I can't tolerate anybody criticizing Prabhupada or Krishna. This is just the way I personally feel. I can't tolerate it. I can't handle it because I saw what they did for Prabhupada. And I know Prabhupada has not forgotten any of them. I don't care what happened to them. Okay, many of them fell away, but Prabhupada has not forgotten them. Sorry.
Haribo.
Hare Krishna.
Take care of yourselves. See you next time. I'll go with Srila Prabhupada.
All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Yeah.
See you on Monday, Dvija Garanga. Try to come back, please.
Hey, Gauradas.
Yeah.
I'm still connected to you. I think we still got to think about shortening it, but it takes a life. It takes a life of its own.
I know.
And when it does, literally, I'm glued to the screen. I can't leave.
Me too.
But we can consider still the idea of making it shorter. But
yeah, we'll keep talking about it.
Yeah, whether it'll happen is doubtful.
Yeah. I realize I might have to change my schedule. I don't know.
I thanks for mentioning that. Could we accommodate that by actually making the meeting at an earlier date?
We could.
In other words, at Eastern Standard Time, you're having the meeting at 7:30, correct?
Yeah.
So hypothetically, if you arrange for the meeting to be at 6 o'clock in the afternoon,
6 o'clock.
That could, that's not the evening.
but it could buffer. It could be a buffer zone, so that when it actually ends, it won't
I see.
end.
So we could go from 6 till 10 p.m. New York City time.
Well, it's a lot better than midnight for you people.
Right. But then now you're talking for Nanda Putney. I'd have to check with her. She's one of the regulars.
Anyway, it's just an idea I had. Okay.
No. Well, we'll have to discuss it at the beginning of the next session.
Yeah, we can all. Like,
Everyone's
if
there.
Everybody's in a different time zone. Maybe not even 6 o'clock. Maybe it could be like 6:30 or 7 and 7 instead of 7:30.
Yeah, even 7 would be maybe.
Yeah, maybe that, because then at least that's something, you know.
Actually, Rupanuga said that Prabhupada used to start his kirtan at 7 and give class at 7:30 on 26 Second Avenue back in New York. That's how he did it.
I really think we covered a lot of
Oh
ground
my
today.
God. Yeah, and Butter Ryan is saying, all of this has to be saved and all of this should be taken off YouTube and it should be put on an external hard drive because it's so much important information.
No, I'm really glad that Rupanuga also made that point about the cows. If they don't get their milk offered, even if it's store-bought milk, they've wasted their whole lives.
All in vain. Yeah, he said.
Yeah, that's what I've been telling devotees. I'll say, well, what are you talking about? Can't we offer the milk and the cows will get benefit? And the devotees get angry at me for even mentioning that. I just don't understand how to
That's going to be my next Facebook post. Give the cows a break.
Yeah, exactly. That was absolutely a brilliant remark, because that puts it in a nutshell.
Give the cows a break and
let them do some service. Let them
give her milk to Krishna before she gets slaughtered.
Exactly. What a that
powerful.
I mean, just that puts it in a nutshell. That's it.
Yeah.
So
no speculation there. Any final words from you, Dvija Gauranga Prabhu?
No, I'm just good night.
Entering into your jungle there.
Yes. I'm getting ready to go to for that with Adi Yagya for driving.
Sorry, you're what?
Remember that Adi Yagya offered that?
Oh yeah, I know.
I'm heading out.
I was afraid I was going to lose my apartment here if I'm gone for more.
No, that's fine. That's what I'm getting ready to do.
I wanted to come. I'm torn.
That's okay. You get lots of good stuff going on. Just keep going. You're doing awesome.
All right, Prabhu. Thank you. I'm going to say good night to everyone.
Thank you much.